but it looks like a beautiful day in Council Grove. My name's Whitney Dameron. I'm the chair of the commission. We're going to have our commissioners introduce themselves and staff, and then we'll wade into our agenda. We have a pretty healthy agenda today, so we're going to try to get through it in a timely manner. Otherwise, we'll figure out where we're having dinner and come back 9, 10 o'clock tonight and finish it up. So starting at my left.
I think I'm at the wrong meeting.
Commissioner, please.
Emmerich Cross, Kansas City.
Delia Lister, Pittsburgh.
Keith Mark Baser.
Bruce Riedel, Ellenwood.
Stuart Sherrock, Deputy Secretary out of Pratt.
Curtis Wired, Chief Counsel.
We have a number of members of the commission in the audience as well, or staff that we're going to hear from today. And we appreciate your attendance and what you're going to talk to us about today. First thing on the agenda, do we have any additions or deletions to the agenda today? None that I'm aware of. Proceeding on, approval of the November 2025 minutes. If you all had a chance to take a look at those who were here, I'd accept a motion for that.
Motion to approve.
We have a second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Minutes are approved. Department report. We have public hearing, administrative rules and regulations. Believe is that for you, Curtis?
I'm sorry. I was speaking with Deputy Secretary
The
Strog
Department
there.
report?
Yes, we can move forward with 15-1 and 15-2. I'll just remind that we need a roll call vote after each one of these. These are to adopt the regulation. They've been through the promulgation process. Jordan, you can come up. Yeah.
And so for brief history, these were in front of Joint Committee on Rules and Regulations in the last week.
Yes. All four of these regulations went up before JCAR a few weeks ago, and we gave presentations similar to this to the Joint Committee, asked a few questions. Ultimately, the committee did not have any recommendations on any of the regulations.
You all did a great job and got off fairly easy compared to history. So congratulations with that, but we'll see where we go now. Thank you.
Jason, are we good to go?
You're good.
Clicker doesn't seem to be working.
Kind of.
There we go. All right, good afternoon, commissioners, colleagues, and attending public. Today I'm going to be talking about regulations 115.15.1 and 15.2, and this is related to our threatened and endangered species and non-game species in need of conservation. I'm Jordan Hoffmeyer. I'm the Assistant Director of Ecological Services. I'll be giving you guys a quick refresher on our 5-year review process that led up to this point and what you'll be voting on for these regulation changes. So just to recap that we have 3 state listing levels in Kansas: endangered, threatened, and species in need of conservation. All of these listing levels receive protection from take. Endangered and threatened species are afforded habitat protections, and species in need of conservation are not. So this will relate to where we're moving things around between these lists. So just to rehash what our 5-year review process looks like, it starts with an open petition process where any individual or organization can petition for a status change for any species in the state. And for this round, we received 6 petitions, and those then move on to our Threatened and Endangered Species Task Committee to review those petitions for scientific merit. 3 of the 6 petitions were determined to be substantial enough for further review. And at that point, we seek input from the secretary to move forward with those petitions, and in this case, the secretary concurred. Those petitions and those species are then forwarded on to species experts throughout the state to help us formulate a status recommendation. At that same time, we're holding public meetings around the state to gather information from the public and inform people what we are proposing to do. All of this information is given to the secretary to formulate a status proposal. We go through another round of public comment. And then we move into the promulgation process and regulation changes. And I do want to highlight all those boxes that have a little blue asterisk next to them are opportunities for public engagement. And I'll touch on those a little bit here on this next slide. So that public engagement occurs during the petition process. As I said, anyone can submit a petition for species status changes. We hold several public information meetings. In this case, we held 5 around the state. 2 of those were virtual. We also presented this information at 3 commission meetings in 2024. And then we have the public comment period where individuals from the public can submit comments on what we're proposing. We also are required by statute to notify different state, federal, and local entities, and also governors of neighboring states. So now I'll be going into, there's 3 main changes that we're going to be making to 115, 15.1, and 15.2. And the first one we'll discuss is we'll be proposing to move 3 species from threatened status to non-game species in need of conservation status. And effectively, that means these 3 species will be moving from 15.1 to regulation 15.2, which is where our species in need of conservation list is housed. And these 3 species are shoal chub, broad-headed skink, and northern map turtle. In all 3 cases, we've put in substantial effort, just the department and university partners in studying these species, and have found them to be much more widespread than previously known, and also using broader varieties of habitat. We also take this opportunity to update common and scientific names within those lists. We use NatureServe, which is a biological clearinghouse of data, to have kind of a standardized naming format. And so as time goes on and we understand more about these species, sometimes they get reorganized in how they're named. So in this case, we'll be updating 7 species in our threatened and endangered species list and 10 species in our species in need of conservation list. We're also updating the possession documentation requirements in both regulations to more of a durable date format. Those changes are there on the screen, but essentially we're moving from a hard deadline to 6 months of a species listing for both regulations. And so those are the 3 main changes that we're proposing at this time. That's kind of a recap up there. So I think at this point, we're ready for public comment.
Yes, thank you, Jordan. Do we have questions or comments from the commission, first of all? We've been through this a time or 2. Are there comments from the audience to this particular set of regulations? Looks like there are not. Very good. Nobody online either. Very good. Curtis, we ready to vote on these 2 at the moment?
Yes, if we could do one for each regulation. Megan should have the affidavit for the roll call vote.
Okay, and I would note that Commissioner Carpenter and Commissioner Gfeller were unable to attend today and are not participating online either. So there's 5 of us, which means we all need to get along or not much is going to happen today. I think we will. Megan?
All right, motion for 115-1. Commissioner
Oh.
Cross.
Sorry, has there been an official motion made to adopt the regulation?
Not from us.
Okay. Probably should have one and then a second and then move to vote.
Very good.
Roll call.
Do we have a motion from the commission?
Motion to approve.
And a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Okay, on with the roll call, Megan.
Commissioner Cross.
Yes.
Commissioner Lister.
Yes.
Commissioner Mark.
Yes.
Commissioner Riedel.
Yes.
Commissioner Damron.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Very good.
And then to 15-2.
Accept a motion on 115-15-2
So moved.
and second.
Second.
Any discussion? Very good, Megan.
Commissioner Cross.
Yes.
Commissioner Lister.
Yes.
Commissioner Mark.
Yes.
Commissioner Riedel.
Yes.
Commissioner Damron.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
All right, now we're
Okay.
ready for, thank you, Jordan.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan.
Ready for Matt Peak?
Matt Pete.
Welcome, Matt.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I'm Matt Peak. I'm the ELK Program Coordinator from the Emporia Research and Survey Office, and I'm going to be talking about KAR 115-25-8 ELK, open season bag limits and permits. The proposal to be voted on today was last presented to the commission in March of last year and has been in promulgation since that time. I'm going to show both of the changes to the regulation up here on the screen, but the first one would increase the number of either sex elk permits valid on Fort Riley subunit 2A from 12 to 15. And the second change would increase the number of antlerless elk permits valid on Fort Riley in each of the 3 one-month segments, which are the months of October, November, and December, from 6 to 8. So the combined total of antlerless elk permits valid on Fort Riley would be increasing from 18 to 24. All other aspects of this regulation will remain unchanged. And with that, I'll turn this back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Matt. Do we have questions or comments from the commission? Do you have any comments from the audience? Once again, we're ready for a motion. So you have a motion on this regulation?
So moved.
Okay, a second?
Second.
Further discussion? Megan, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Cross.
Yes.
Commissioner Lister.
Yes.
Commissioner Mark.
Yes.
Commissioner Riedel.
Yes.
Commissioner Damron.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Very good.
Thank you.
Curtis? 115-45-1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any slides breaking down the regulation here, but you have it before you in your briefing book. It's the last item in the department report. The commission is, I believe, well aware of this regulation. It was workshopped in detail amongst yourselves here, but I will do a brief run through. There's 3 subsections here. In subsection A, it gives the commissioner the ability to make a motion, and if the majority support the motion, a topic can be placed on the agenda of a future meeting. And also, it requires a separate majority vote to direct the secretary to prepare a draft rule or regulation addressing that topic. Subsection B requires that the public has to be allowed to comment on the draft rule or regulation at no less than 2 consecutive commission meetings, at which time we move to subsection C. The commission, by a majority vote, can direct the secretary to initiate the regulatory promulgation process. And with that, stand for questions.
Questions from the commission? Make a comment. This issue was somewhat brought into the legislative process. And then, as we recall, the secretary proposed essentially an administrative solution or administrative response to this. Some in the legislative process and others felt this might be more appropriate if we at least formalized it through a rule and regulation. And so we looked at that on several occasions, and as you know, we kind of understand what this is about. It would allow a regulation issue or idea proposal to germinate from the commission as opposed to solely from the secretary. And this is what we came up with for that. And so those are my comments. And I would invite other commissioners, if you have questions or comments about how this is drafted or where we're at, please state your opinion or your piece, and we'll move forward to the audience as well. Any comments? No. Very good. Anyone from the audience have a comment about this? We have two. Sir, please come forward, identify yourself, and look forward to hearing what you have to say.
I'm Drew Ricketts. I live here in Council Grove. I'm here as a private citizen. I've taken a vacation day from work today, and I'm representing the Kansas chapter of the Wildlife Society. I've got a letter addressed to each of you, and you each should have a copy of this in your email as well. Can I provide
sir.
these to you?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Adjust this so I can talk into it. It's a little low. Chairman Dameron, committee member or commission members, thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today and represent the Kansas chapter of the Wildlife Society as their president. We are the national organization that represents wildlife management professionals around the country. This that I provided you is a letter of opposition to this regulation, and I'd just like to highlight some key reasons why we are opposing it. The draft regulation would be a significant change to the role of the commission in regulating wildlife policy in Kansas. It opposes the North American model of wildlife management by removing science as the basis for wildlife regulations. It opens the door to future abuse of wildlife policy in Kansas. It disrupts a long and successful collaboration between Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks and the Commission. Furthermore, this draft provides no oversight to the Commission's development of wildlife policy, and that is a key sticker for us as wildlife professionals in this. It also exposes the regulatory process to considerable political influence, and it could be used to subvert Wildlife and Parks' regulatory authority granted by the Kansas legislature. You all can read, I'll let you read my further comments on, or not my, the Kansas chapter of the Wildlife Society's further comments on all of those points. But just as an example of how something like this can go wrong, we can look to Colorado, where ballot initiatives are common with regard to issuing wildlife regulations that the state wildlife agency hasn't decided that they want to have. One of those regulations is removing recreational trapping by all means except cage traps in the state, which occurred in about 1993 when I was a high school student. That one popped out to me as being a big one. So that essentially eliminates recreational trapping of many fur bearers in that state. That was a ballot initiative. Now, right now, there is evidence, widespread evidence of how ballot initiatives and forced regulations that aren't founded in science and aren't desired by the wildlife agency can go wrong. And the wolf reintroduction that was forced on Colorado. If they had had the opportunity, if Colorado Parks and Wildlife had the opportunity to workshop that process, determine if they had budget to support it, and develop a plan prior to the initiation of that regulation, it could have gone very differently, or it may have never happened. So I urge you to join the Kansas Department of the Kansas chapter of the Wildlife Society and not support this regulation change. that could drastically have negative impacts through future abuse. I'm not talking about you all, but future abuse of the regulatory process for developing wildlife policy by the commission.
Appreciate your comments.
Yes, sir.
Do we have
Questions?
questions for Mr. Ricketts?
Well, I do. Where, and you know, the attorney just read this, new proposal, and I don't see anything here where it's gonna take science out of anything. And, you know, I'm not sure if you understand fully what this does is, instead of just having, the secretary come up with an idea that he sends through a bureaucratic staff, and then it gets worked through a workshop, and then we have public comments, and then it goes back to the drawing board, and then eventually the commission votes on it. The only thing that this changes, everything that you said you want is still in place. It'll still go through rules, it'll still go through public comment, it'll go through everything else. The only thing that changes with this regulation is that instead of one individual who's appointed by the governor at that time being able to come up with great wildlife ideas for the state, it allows each of us as commissioners that come from diverse parts of the state, diverse backgrounds, appointed by different, either the House, the Senate, or the governor, to come up with ideas of our own in addition to the secretary. And then the whole process that's in place right now is still in place. So there's nothing going to take science out of it. There's nothing going to take public comment out of it. There's nothing that's going to take rule promulgation out of it. It's the exact same system that we've lived with forever, with the exception of, instead of one person being able to come up with good wildlife ideas, it adds the commission's background and expertise and experience to come up with ideas in conjunction to that. So I don't think this really adds, I mean, this isn't 2 + 2 = 4 to me.
I appreciate your comments, Commissioner Mark, but I disagree. The
You
language.
disagree with what my explanation of what this motion's gonna do? or that we're-
Correct, and
you-
if you'll let me speak, I will explain why.
Sure, go ahead.
So currently, the way that the regulation is drafted, there is no power within Wildlife and Parks to reject a regulation that the commission brings forth. If a regulation is brought forth, even if Wildlife and Parks opposes it, the commission could still approve it. And I'm not accusing you all.
Well, who's
of doing-
Wildlife and Parks? What, explain, who is that? Who is they? That, you know,
Okay, so.
but who, when you say Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks can oppose it, who are we talking about?
The secretary and the secretary's staff.
Okay,
There-
how is that
there's-
not in this process?
It's not included in the regulation. So currently, if a regulation is brought forth by currently only the secretary can.
Do you
But-
think that's a good idea? That only the secretary, one man, one person with his bureaucratic appointed position can come up with all the best ideas for wildlife in Kansas? Do you think that's a good idea?
The way the process,
Go ahead and answer that. Do you think that's a good idea that just one man, one person, one lady, one human has the market cornered on good science-based wildlife policy in Kansas?
sure, we're not in court, so I'd like to
No,
answer
I'm
the
just
question the
listening.
way
Yes,
that
sir.
I feel
Do you think that's
appropriate to.
correct or not? One person should come up with all the wildlife ideas in Kansas.
That's not how the process works, sir.
Well, that is how it works.
It's not. The secretary takes recommendations from his staff and
Great
or
point.
her
So
staff.
why wouldn't the secretary then be able to take recommendations from the appointed council members?
They have, and
But they
and
don't
that's,
have to.
that's addressed
This
in the letter.
changes that.
I understand.
That's why I fully disagree with
The
you.
way,
And I will be voting, I'll be a strong vote yes when this comes.
I understand that. And I was pretty sure that I wouldn't convince you to change your mind before I came here. I'm aware. So I have to remember which points that I need to address that you asked questions about.
You've already answered my points. Thank you.
Okay.
I would like to hear what he has to say.
Okay, so key points here that the commissioner brought up. One of them that we've addressed in this letter is that the commission and Wildlife and Parks have traditionally worked as allies to collaboratively create fish and wildlife policy. When commissioners have wanted regulation changes or have wanted to bring wildlife and parks ideas. The agency has been receptive to those. They have taken those ideas through their process with species-specific committees, potentially developed regulations that were taken to survey based on the data. They survey public opinion, gauge the pulse of all the stakeholders in Kansas as far as their thoughts and ideas and how they would be impacted by regulations and those sorts of things. And that system isn't broken. We're not at a place where there is an adversarial relationship between the commission and Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks, at least as perceived by the public. And this regulation potentially could nullify or threaten that positive relationship between the agency and the commission. What were your other points? What were the other questions? I'm sorry, there's
No,
a podium, so I
You
can
answered all mine.
let me look at my note because everything that you mentioned, we have here. Oh, science. That's the other big kicker for wildlife professionals. So based on how the regulation is written, the commission can direct the agency to develop a regulation. And then once that regulation has been developed and becomes an agenda item, then there is no provision in this regulation for Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks to veto that regulation if it's in opposition to the best interest of Kansas wildlife. And so by having no veto in there, if a proposed regulation becomes an agenda item, then the commission can approve it regardless of any workshopping or any research that Wildlife and Parks does. And because the commission does not have a research budget, does not have expertise backed by training as wildlife professionals to develop regulation, that process of conducting research, surveying the public to gauge public opinion about regulations, and all of those things that Wildlife and Parks spends millions of dollars on annually, those do not have to be a part of the commission's decision whether or not to adopt a regulation. And so that's how science in the North American model is thwarted by this.
Appreciate your comments. Do we have other questions from the commission?
Thank you very much for your time.
I haven't seen you without a hat or your dog.
No, I'm not here in my professional capacity.
I-
Oh, that's one other thing that I wish to be on the record. I have taken a vacation day today. I am here as a private citizen.
I understand that.
Thank you.
Doctor. Thank you. Appreciate it. I believe I saw former Commissioner Sill stand up. Welcome. Please come up, say hello, Lauren, identify yourself for the record and tell us what you have to say.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Please bear with my voice. I apologize. I hope I can get through this. So I stand wholeheartedly with everything that Mr. Ricketts just shared. Since 1987, recommendations for regulation, implementation, or changes have originated from KDWP staff, members of the commission, and from members of the public. One example of a commissioner requesting it was Mr. Cross, Commissioner Cross several years ago requested that umbrella rigs be considered. They're now legal in the state of Kansas. That was a regulation change requested by a commissioner. Just a good example. Wrestling with the challenges of balancing sound scientific wildlife and resource management with social pressures is difficult but worthy. Commissioners have been challenged to adapt or let go of long-held beliefs that were not truly supported by the preponderance of data. Staff have learned from the perspectives brought to bear by commissioners. Public input has provided support as well as challenges to management programs and regulations, which serve to strengthen overall outcomes. The braid formed by weaving the contributions from all three entities has had more integrity, strength, and public buy-in than could be possible for one entity to produce independently. Was every regulation perfect? No. Did some changes get backtracked because they were ineffective or created too many unintended consequences? Yes. Did some decisions take too long to make? Perhaps. Were regulations rushed ahead without adequate discussion? Maybe, but not often. Has the system been perfect? No. Has it worked well overall for the resources and constituents? Absolutely. Commissioner Lister she asked the question, how is this different than what we do now? And Secretary Kennedy's response was that it formalizes what we do now. While that answer may have been well-intended, it's not accurate. At the November meeting, a member of the public asked the question concerning the significant loss of WEHA acreage that we've had. There was subsequent discussion prompting Chairman Dameron to request that a future discussion of that issue be placed on the agenda. A presentation by staff is on the agenda for today. That is how that has worked in the past. Topics of general discussion requested by commissioners were addressed, though scheduling could not always be dictated by the requesting commissioner for a variety of good reasons. This reg would now require a majority vote just to put that topic on the agenda. This creates a very effective way for 4 individuals to dictate or censor what subjects may even be discussed. 4 commissioners who hold a shared view can not only force preferred topic forward, but they can prevent others from ever being discussed. Requiring a majority vote for general discussion is unnecessary, dangerous, and cumbersome at least. It's out of the presentation of valuable information, healthy discussion, and public input that draft regulations have been prompted by the staff or the commission. Drafting of regulations has always been preceded by data research and discussion. As it is written here, here's what the regulation KAR 11545-1 actually does. It grants excess regulation power to the commission and severely weakens the foundation of science-based decisions for regulation in Kansas. Without doubt, this commission will continue to insist that staff provide data, research, and other support for agency-recommended regs. However, you are voting today to give yourselves the opportunity to bypass that same rigor of data and research-based decision-making by being able to draft regulations before full consideration of the applicable data. You are making the choice to smooth the way for personal agendas or to continue to do the hard work of collaboration and wrestling with challenging, multifaceted issues. As Mr. Ricketts points out, there is no check and balance with this in place. 4 people can put it on the agenda, 4 people can push it to promulgation, 4 people can pass it into regulation, and there is no place that anyone can actually stop it. This new get-it-done approach would serve personal goals, special interest groups, influential individuals, and others in power very well. On the other hand, constituents, the general public, and our resources will likely suffer due to biased regulations, multiple unintended consequences of future reg changes, and inadequately considered choices. This regulation is vague regarding opportunities for public input. Because topic of discussion and draft rule of regulation are used interchangeably in sentence B, it appears that a draft regulation could be introduced at a meeting, presented a second time, and sent to promulgation without preceding discussion or education. Thoughtful members of the public want to express support or concerns from a knowledgeable perspective. When the briefing book is blank, how can you expect the public to be prepared and to address your proposals in an effective way? Setting a minimum of opportunities for public comments is far different than providing the means for the public to be educated and offer meaningful input. I believe that Chairman Dameron spoke to the need for specific language to be available to the public, but this regulation does not guarantee the public that protection. In fact, the very first time that this regulation was presented to the public in print was at the meeting in Russell. The public was denied opportunity to comment until after you had already voted to move it forward to promulgation. Public comments were deferred until the final public comment period at the end for non-agenda items. Blank briefing book pages, removal of briefing books from the KDWP website, decreasing frequency of commission meetings, all decrease transparency and communication with the public. Constituents who have taken time to call commissioners with concerns during the past year, including myself, have been told, I've already made up my mind. The public hearing isn't going to make any difference. It's becoming difficult to believe that this commission truly respects or desires educated public input. The regulation you're preparing to vote into effect was not brought forward to serve most constituents or resources. It hasn't received public support. It's not a benign codification of past conduct. This regulation is an assault on the scientific basis for resource management that opens the door to severe mismanagement of Kansas's wildlife resources. I'm asking you to commit yourselves to continuing the difficult work that sometimes takes longer than you think it should to maintain open collaboration with KDWP staff and the public. At the very least, if you still believe that this topic is worthy, take it back, clean it up so it is not vague, and then bring it forward again, because this is bringing us towards problems.
Thank you, Lauren. We have questions for former Commissioner Sill. Thank you. We have further comments from the public. We'll go with comments from the commission. We'll start with that.
I think you have one more.
Actually,
Well,
Kurt.
Okay,
Good morning or afternoon, I guess it is now. I'm Kurt Ratzliff. I really don't have any big prepared comments or anything. I do think that there's a couple of things to bear in mind with this regulation. One is that there is no doubt that it short circuits to at least some degree, and we've heard comments about this already. I'm not going to repeat it. It short circuits at least to some degree the ability to present scientific information in some instances, not every instance, but in some instances it can be used to that degree, to that purpose. And so I think that's just something to keep in mind as we go forward. It can be used for that purpose. The second thing that bothers me a little bit about it is the direction that there can be a draft regulation after the first mention at the first meeting. Because according to the rule, somebody brings it up, and if there's a majority, then they can direct Curtis Weird to go draw up a regulation at that point in time. And there's been no information gathered other than a discussion at that point in time. And we all know, like as a practical matter in the real world, when words get put down on the paper, it gets harder and harder to change it. And people don't listen as much. It's just a fact of life. And so that's a big concern that I have as well. I think that part right there is a change. I've been coming to these commission meetings longer than just about everybody has been here. And that is a change from what's been done before. Most of it is a codification of what's gone on before. That's a change. The ability to draft a regulation at the first mention of a topic. That's a change. And that's a short circuit, I believe, in the ability to present you folks with the information that you need to make decisions. And you had a hard job. You don't need it to be harder. And so that's my thoughts on it. I think we can't say that it's exactly what has gone on before. It's just not. And it short circuits the presentation of scientific evidence to some degree at least. And I think there can be, the old law of unintended consequences. I think there's going to be some unintended consequences of this change. I'm sure it's going to get approved today. When words get down on paper, they get approved. And so just keep that in mind going forward. I believe that's some things just to keep in mind. And I appreciate all the work that all you guys do.
Thank you, Kurt. Questions for Kurt?
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner, do you have a comment?
Curtis, do we have a process flow chart for this?
I haven't developed a specific flow chart for this.
I would like to see a process flow chart for this illustrating at the points when we can address these issues and concerns. When the public does have opportunity for comment and the process, I'd like a mental picture of this personally, so I could better understand the flow of this process, this new process.
I feel like they brought up some great comments, and I would definitely like to see something like that or see some language change before I would vote.
For me, as long as it's important that everybody gets a bite at the apple and the public input and the science, I just want to make sure I understand the process and everybody gets that opportunity is where I'm at, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, if I might,
Yes.
just provide a little bit of clarity here. As I was trying to walk through A, B, and C, and perhaps I didn't provide enough clarity here, but just to add a little bit, I'll emphasize that in A, it states that any member of the commission may make a motion to place on the agenda of a subsequent meeting. So once the topic for discussion is placed on a subsequent meeting, so the topic comes up at a meeting, say, okay, next it doesn't even have to be the next, it could be 3 meetings from now. Want this, and I'm just trying to provide some clarity on the regulation. Then a separate vote can be made to direct the secretary to prepare a draft rule of regulation. And then B just provides that at no less than 2 consecutive meetings, that particular language has to be before the public. And if I recall, that was a specific request of Commissioner Carpenter, who wanted to make sure that there was at least 2 consecutive meetings for that language to be scrutinized by the public. I hope that adds some clarity. I'm more than happy to provide a flow chart or any kind of visual aid you might need to understand how I understand the regulation.
Thank you, Curtis.
I'd like to ask the attorney a question. One of the points that was made with one of the speakers was that the commission would be able to, in essence, prevent the secretary from putting forth ideas like this. Could you clarify that, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I disagree with that reading of the regulation. I think that this is in addition to the department's ability to place the secretary's ability. It does not stop his ability to place subjects on the agenda. This is in supplement to.
So, and there were some comments that this was going to undercut the secretary's power. Who proposed this?
The secretary proposed it.
Okay. Thanks.
Further comments from the commission?
Is there anything that to me, it seems like it would need to be added that it would be required to go through the same rigor that every other regulation would have to go through?
I mean, I suppose, again, not to get too lawyerly, but the same rigor is really vague, because every regulation, as you've seen, goes through a kind of a different process depending on the complexity of the regulation, the interest in the topic. There's some that are pretty straightforward. So reducing that to language, I'm not saying it couldn't be done, but reducing that to language would take quite a bit of thinking on my part and a lot of other people who are much smarter than myself.
Thank you, Curtis. I'll go back in time, maybe 1.5 years, 2 years ago. This issue started percolating in the legislative process and at the commission level with the current commissioners that are on here, there were some changes that were happening in the legislative process as to the makeup of the commission. And there were discussions about whether certain items would or could be placed on the agenda, could be proposed changes for the rule and reg process. We did work through those issues, and they ultimately have come about under our current process. And that discussion led to the issue being workshopped. I'm talking about night vision thermal optic coyote hunting. So the process did work at some level during that time, but there was some frustration and there were questions in the legislative process as to how or whether commissioners could ask something to be placed on the agenda that wasn't merely just a subject, but could be, for example, a rule and reg itself. The secretary took it upon himself to offer essentially a policy clarification that this kind of a process would work without a rule and regulation. So the commissioners would have the ability to essentially petition through a majority vote the secretary to place a matter into promulgation for a regulation. There were people in the legislative process and state elected officials who felt that we needed more teeth or strength in that, or at least more clarity, which is what has led to 115-45-1. As legal counsel Curtis has outlined, the process being, if this commission through a majority vote suggests a regulation go into promulgation, brings the subject matter up, the secretary would bring something back to the commission, not necessarily the next meeting, which would provide opportunity, in my opinion, for review by staff to bring back information to us as to what a regulation would look like. I would see it as a collaborative effort, quite frankly, of this is what you're asking for, but this is what a regulation should look like. This is perhaps some considerations you have not taken into effect. These are the kinds of ramifications that, you know, the language that might be drafted by, even though some of us are attorneys, not necessarily in rule and reg form like Curtis would put together. Certainly those ideas would be discussed and considered moving forward. The secretary would bring something back to us down the road in a meeting or two. Then we would formalize language. Once the language is formalized, it would be subject to not less than 2 meetings where the public would be invited to come make comments, before which time that particular regulation would go into promulgation. It is true that 4 members of the commission would have the ability to move something forward, but the inverse is true, that 4 commissioners can stop something that the secretary wants to do as well. So it essentially creates something of a two-way street. Today, 3 commissioners can do that because we have 2 absences, but we still have a quorum. Again, the issue's been around for almost a year and a half. I believe there has been consideration given by the secretary that we would see this as a workable way forward. And because of that, I'm prepared to move forward with this regulation. But obviously I defer to the majority vote of the commissioners today.
If I may, I would say I agree with your sentiment, and, you know, that's why I wanted to have the attorney point out that it is the secretary that proposed this, and a lot of the same arguments that we heard from the public and fellow commissioners here today are, I mean, the same thing that was pretty much discussed when this first came up. So I think this has been discussed quite well. And I think, Mr. Chairman, what you pointed out is that this is a multi-step process. And if you look at it, just one individual has an idea, it still takes a majority of the commission at that time to say, yeah, I think that's worth putting a saddle on that horse and giving it a run down the trail. Once that happens, then the secretary will have the opportunity to go back to his vast staff, biologists and anyone else, decide from a science-based standpoint if the idea that the commission, one commissioner had that four others approved to move this down the trail was in fact something that the department thought was sound or not sound. And we've had many robust conversations between when law enforcement will come up and tell us why they think something is good or bad, and the same thing with the biologists. All that will still remain in place. And then once that happens and language is finally decided on, it comes to a vote just like we do now. So what I was trying to point out earlier, and you did it much more eloquently than what I was, is that all this does is just add the ability for the commission to come up with an idea in addition to the secretary and his staff to come up with an idea. But all the safeguards and roadblocks and public comments and biologists and our great state wildlife law enforcement agencies can still, weigh in. So I'm with you. I'm a yes. And I think for the reasons you said, and I think with the clarification from the legal team, it makes a lot of sense to me. So I'm a yes as well.
Further comments from the commission?
Mr.
Curtis, do you have anything additional to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to add, and for the purposes of the Rules and Regs Filing Act, I want to note for the record that comments from the public are in the red folder before you. They've been provided to all the commissioners for their consideration before a vote. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis. At this point in time, I would accept a motion on this regulation. Obviously, members are welcome to make a motion to approve or not approve. And so I'll leave it open for the first one to make a motion and see if we get a second, and we'll take that up and go from there.
I move that we adopt the regulation as written.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
We have discussion from the commissioners. Thank you very much. Megan, feel free to call the roll.
Commissioner Cross,
Not at this point, no.
Commissioner Lister,
No.
Commissioner Mark,
Yes.
Commissioner Rydell,
Yes.
Commissioner Damron.
Yes.
Passes 3-2.
Mr. Chairman?
Regulations and promulgation, we moving on?
Yes, if you'd like me
Very
to.
good. Thank you, Curtis.
Thank you. So this will be quite brief. 15-2-2 and 2-3 camping fees regulations under reevaluation. You've heard presentations on this matter at previous commission meetings, and there will be a presentation by our Parks Director, Connor O'Flanagan, later about this. That is now taking shape. And then I'll note that the rest of the regulations there are 7.1, 7.4, 7.10, and 18.8. I just received back from D of A yesterday, and they're with the Attorney General's office. I hope my intention is to hopefully have them ready for the April meeting, but I can't predict how this will work. So that's my hope, is that we'll be
Very good.
adopting those.
Yep. I know.
Oh, God.
And that's all I have for the regulations. I can hand it over to Martin DeBoer. Next.
Very good. Any
Unless there's a
questions for
question,
anything
sorry.
promulgation from the commission?
None.
So I think we'll have further opportunities on these down the road.
Thank you.
Thank you. Martin DeBoer is going to talk to us about the legislative session, which gets underway on Monday, January 12th.
Correct. Martin DeBoer, Chief of Staff. Thank you, Chairman. As you mentioned, legislative session starts on Monday with the State of the State on Tuesday evening, Governor's budget recommendation Wednesday morning, and other various committees starting next week. Actually, they've already started this week with some of their budget hearings on some of those committees. Last meeting, I did discuss some of our statutes that we're looking at amending and adjusting. You should have in front of you some marked up statutory language, and I'll walk through those. Those are just preliminary draft language. This will go through the revisor's office. And at some point, Kurt we'll ask for a vote of support from the commission to move these on forward. First one I'll touch on is KSA 32-809. This is those modification of the state ag production funds. The currently, by statute, does not allow the department to use those state ag production funds on various properties. It must be used on those specific properties. The amended language would strike the language there that you see in red. And this would give the agency the ability to move those funds between various properties. Some properties don't produce many funds, others do produce quite a bit. This just gives flexibility that if need be, those funds could be used on other properties. I'll move on to KSA 32-9100.
Hey, Martin?
Yes.
If you don't mind, since they're all going to be separate bills,
Mhm.
why don't we take them one at a time and then,
Okay,
so when people are thinking about them, it's clarity on this.
okay.
So if I might, correct me if I'm wrong, Martin or Curtis, the 32-809, so it's possible that Wildlife and Parks would enter into an agreement with a property owner, and that would result in income coming to Wildlife and Parks that under current law would have to be expended back on that particular piece of property.
Understanding is that if on private lands,
No, public.
okay, maybe I misunderstood, but yeah, just for clarity, this is
So-
agricultural activities that occur on our public wildlife
Public
areas
lands leased out. for
that we
farming,
lease out
things
to
like
private landowners to farm for us, and that revenue generated on those properties. Yes, just want to make that clarification.
that. So, am I on track, Martin?
You're on track.
Okay, I'm going to stop there. Other questions from the commissioners on this particular proposal? All right, thank you, sir. Please continue.
All right, next one we'll touch on is KSA 32-9100. This is the reintroduction of the additionally discounted combination hunting and fishing licenses. So the agency noticed that what they called the senior lifetime licenses had expired back in 2020. We stopped selling those. We had then since tried to fill the gap with a 5-year hunting, fishing combination hunting licenses. And those went into effect on September 12th of 2025. So we would like to add a provision to the statute that automatically converts those 5-year licenses sold since September into those resident senior combination hunting fishing licenses. These are found in KAR 115-2-1. And then we would revoke those 5-year licenses. And you'll have some draft language there as well that would address the statute, striking the sunset provision, as well as adding that additional language, which would convert those 5-year resident senior fishing hunting combination licenses into those 10-year licenses.
So this issue got hung up in the legislative process, and this is kind of got put onto a bill. It had more controversy than something like this did, which is why it's being reintroduced and hopefully is a standalone piece of legislation that doesn't take on partners in the process, but you never know.
Correct. And instead of waiting on a legislator or somebody else who introduced it, we felt that it'd be good standing for us to go ahead and pursue that.
Very good. Questions for Martin? Thank you, sir.
All right.
Could I add a little context too, if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Part of subsection B that was added in there was, if you recall, one of the members of the Joint Committee on Administrative Rules and Regulations had asked that the commission not go forward with those 5-year licenses that we were adopting to kind of fill the gap, so to speak. And we had told them, the committee and you, as we move forward, if this legislation were to go forward, which we intended, that we would revoke those licenses. And I think there was discussion about somehow converting or concerns about people who have purchased those 5-year licenses, since they're roughly the same price as what that 10-year license was. So subsection B is there to kind of accommodate those who have already paid for those 5-year license, basically extending it out, doubling the length of the license. That's all.
Very good. Martin?
The language of that subsection B, where it converts any of those licenses to a combination license, is that meant to be written that way or to their respective fishing or hunting or combination license?
So it would convert all 3 type to the single combination because the bill itself establishes only the combination license.
Okay.
So you're right, it would take all 3 because the fishing and hunting standalone would be effectively the same, slightly more than just the single combination under the deeply discounted license. So
Okay.
hope that answers, yeah.
Be a gift. Yeah. Very good. Okay, Martin.
All right, next we'll be addressing the non-resident waterfowl stamps. This is in KSA 32-939 and KSA 32-988. Touching on KSA 32-939, this requires a migratory waterfowl habitat stamp for anyone who wants to hunt waterfowl in Kansas. Since 2004, these have been issued electronically, so the requirement that the stamp be validated by signature across the face is no longer needed. So what we're proposing is to strike that language in that bill to no longer require that signature. And then also in KSA, I can stop there or move on to the second part.
No, roll them together.
Okay. KSA 32-809. Oh, nope, sorry, looking at the same page. Yeah, we would strike the language that would need that signature, and in KSA 32-988 is where you'll find the change in the price, and we would split that into, currently, there's a migratory waterfowl habitat stamp for $8 as the max and statutory cap. We would be asking to bifurcate it into resident and non-resident and set a maximum cap at $20 and $100. But I believe that our conversation recently is $25. So you might have 25 on yours. Does it say 25?
No,
It's just 20.
20. Yeah, we're looking at 25 because that would align with many of our other fees. And then the non-resident maximum would be 100. Now, I would clarify, this just sets a statutory cap that does not set what the actual rate is. Once the bill passes, we would still have to come back here and go through a whole regulatory promulgation process to establish what those prices would be. So this just sets a cap and then allows discussion to be had on what those prices should be.
Questions for Martin on that? Very good.
All right. And then I believe the next one is KSA 45-221. This is an open records exemption for location data of threatened, endangered, and species in need of conservation. So the department works with private landowners to collect location data for species that are listed under both federal and state law. We would like to add an exception to the KORA specifically exempting this data location. And we would add the language that you see down there. And this would exempt any of that data location for those animals.
Questions? Very good.
Sure. And then the next bill, if the commission were to vote out a park fee increase in regulation, addresses the RAINS Act portion of it, where we would need to have a bill that ratifies the regulation, and the language of that bill is found there below. So this, anything that exceeds $1 million over the first 5 years would require ratification.
Okay. We have questions on that subject matter for Martin? Okay.
And that's all I have for you, sir.
Okay, Curtis, I think if I understand the process, the department would like to see a motion from the commission to support these. Prior to doing that, if there's anyone from the audience that would like to speak on what the department's legislative proposals are, we would invite you to do that at this point in time. We'll have general public comments shortly, but specifically on this, if there's comments of any of those that Martin highlighted, please come forward. Okay, back to you, Curtis.
Yeah, we would just, like you mentioned, Mr. Chairman, a simple voice vote, if the commission would be willing to support and not just support, but request the introduction of these bills, it would be greatly appreciated.
And to provide a little more clarity from what I understand would or could occur if the commission endorses these matters, either collectively or individually, there would be a request made in the legislative process. I believe Commissioner/Representative Will Carpenter, I don't mean to speak for him on the record, but has indicated he would make a request for the introduction of these bills. You would see them likely scheduled for hearings in the relevant committees. I assume Representative Carpenter would probably testify in support as an individual, not speaking on behalf of the commission, but convey that the commission did or did not vote to support these. And I would expect Wildlife and Park staff would be present to provide responses to questions and clarity.
Correct.
Is that
Yes.
summarize where I think we're at and where we're heading?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. If the commission is comfortable with these, I would accept a motion in a second and further discussion, and we'll see what we can do with this.
Motion to support and move.
Second.
And we have a second. Do we have discussion on any of these matters, individually or collectively? Very good. Voice vote is all you need.
That's good.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Perfect. Okay, we're at 110, legislative agenda, or excuse me, general public comment. We're going to try to get through that and take a break about 1:30. If we get bogged down, we'll probably take a break about that time anyway. Again, we have a pretty good agenda. We ask people speaking to try to limit your comments if at all possible and get to the point. And we appreciate your time and your attendance and what you have to say. So with that, we'll open the microphone and ask you to come forth, identify yourself, and tell us what you have to say today. There's got to be something out here. Okay. We have a volunteer. Step right up, sir.
Hello, my name is Cheech Keough. I'm from Topeka, Kansas. I'm here today to talk about the non-resident waterfowl changes that I am proposing. Do you guys have a copy of this in front of you? I have copies. May I approach?
Yes, you may.
Thanks.
Thank you, Cheech.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
I have extra copies if anyone would like one. They could read along.
Thank you.
You want one? Or is that who's here? I'll try to keep this as brief as possible. Just tell you a little bit about myself. I live in Topeka, Kansas. I grew up in the Adirondack Mountains of New York State, not too far from the Canadian border, hunting and fishing. I spent 20 years in Vermont having a business, and we moved here in 2017 to be closer to family, and I've enjoyed it very much. I can't tell you how much I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you today, and thank you all. So I'm just going to go ahead and read this that I've sent to you guys. I'm here to express my support for changes to the non-resident hunting license system aimed at addressing the growing pressure on Kansas wildlife management areas and ensuring the sustainable management of our waterfowl resources. My observations over the past 7 seasons, coupled with my research into WMA usage, have convinced me that action is necessary. The data clearly indicates a disproportionate increase in non-resident waterfowl stamp sales compared to resident sales over the last 20 years. Non-resident stamp purchases have risen by 300% and now constitute over 40% of the total stamp sales. This escalating pressure necessitates a proactive approach to protect the integrity of our wildlife management areas and the quality of hunting experience for all. To address this challenge, I propose a 2-pronged approach that balances resource protection, revenue generation, and accurate data collection. The first prong would be a non-resident public lands waterfowl stamp. A $100 non-resident public lands waterfowl stamp would be required for all non-residents utilizing public lands such as the wildlife management areas and the WIHA in Kansas. The revenue allocation All revenue generated from this stamp would be directly dedicated to conservation efforts earmarked for the improvements and management of Kansas wildlife management areas. Data collection. This stamp would provide precise count for non-resident waterfowl hunters using public lands, eliminating the reliance on a potentially inaccurate or incomplete check-in system that we have now. During the 2020-21 seasons, Kansas sold 15,586 non-resident waterfowl stamps. Yet the wildlife management area check-in system recorded only 3,000 non-resident visitors across 29 waterfowl management areas. This discrepancy suggests a significant number of non-residents are hunting on WIHA or wildlife management areas without utilizing the check-in system. The proposed stamp would provide a more accurate understanding of public land usage by non-residents. 2. The second prong of this approach would be modifying the non-resident license structure. The current non-resident hunting license structure generates $2,421,000, and I have to tell you, these numbers are a year old because I'm a year behind, based on the 23-24 figures. That's $127.50 for a non-resident hunting license, $2.50 for your HIP number, and a $10 state stamp. That's $140, and they could hunt 109 days total. Okay. So we sold 17,298 non-resident stamps, equaling $2,421,720. Sorry. Under my proposal, I'm proposing a 5-day non-resident license for $75. The license would be, 5-day non-resident license would be introduced. Non-resident hunters could purchase up to 4 of these licenses per season. However, it would be a staggered use model, as many states use. A mandatory 7-day waiting period between each of the 5-day licenses purchased would prevent extended stays in specific location, mitigating potential overcrowding and resource depletion. This addresses the problem of extended camping at wildlife management areas, which I have firsthand witnessed. The cost per 5-day period on public land would be a $75 non-resident license, $2.50 HIP, a $100 non-resident public land waterfowl management stamp, as I've mentioned earlier, totaling $177.50. That's a $34 increase. The projected revenue based on the 23-24 non-resident license sales. This new structure is projected to generate $3,070,395. This represents a net revenue increase of $648,675, with only a $37.50 cost increase for a single 5-day license for non-residents. Additional revenue would be almost certain because hunters wishing to hunt more than 5 days on public land would be required to purchase an additional 5-day license, generating even greater revenue for the state. This revised licensing structure is designed to increase revenue, generate additional funds for wildlife management and conservation, reduce pressure, discourage prolonged stays on public land, and promote responsible resource utilization. Provide flexibility, offer non-residents an opportunity to hunt multiple locations while not occupying a single location during peak migration. You can compare this to other states. The proposed licensing fees are comparable with those other states for waterfowl hunting. For example, in Arkansas, a 3-day wildlife management hunt costs you a $50 stamp, $80 for a $5-day small game license, $40 for a 3-day non-resident waterfowl management permit. It makes it $170. So it's very comparable to that. If you wanted to hunt 6 days in Arkansas, you'd have to come up with $240. And if you wanted to take advantage of their 30-day license, it's a little over $400. Yes, it's $360. I apologize. Under this proposed Kansas system, non-resident hunters seeking a 20-day hunting in Kansas on public lands would pay $402.50, which is comparable with the Arkansas fees. It is important to note Arkansas boasts 3.16 million acres of public hunting land compared to Kansas's 254,000, highlighting the need for careful management of our more limited resources. I believe the implementation of a non-resident public lands waterfowl stamp combined with the modified non-resident license structure represents a viable and beneficial solution for Kansas. This proposal offers a win-win scenario for non-resident hunters, resident hunters, and the state. It will reduce pressure on wildlife management areas, increase the revenue for conservation efforts, and provide non-resident hunters with the opportunity to experience Kansas's exceptional waterfowl hunting opportunities in a sustainable manner. I encourage you to consider the licensing system in other states such as Arkansas, South Dakota, Oklahoma, North Dakota, and as ways to help us effectively manage our non-resident hunting pressure. I commend your commitment to conservation of our valuable wildlife resources, and I appreciate your consideration on this proposal. I thank you for your dedicated service to the state of Kansas. I'm open for questions if anyone has questions about my proposal.
Cheech, I appreciate the time and energy you've put into this. I know you've been working on it a long time. We've talked, we've traded emails, and you have solicited information from Wildlife and Park staff as you put together some great numbers and facts. I believe the majority, if not all of the commissioners, are sympathetic and interested in something in this regard. We didn't hit a hurdle in the legislative process. We hit a roadblock or a brick wall, so to speak, given some of the restrictions they put on rules and regs. Something like this, I think, well, we'll see where the commission, where the secretary would like to go with this. We could end up going through a promulgation process, and then we'd end up back in the legislature to approve it. So whether it is something that should go through the rule and reg process, obviously it provides great opportunity to the public as we move around the state and have commission meetings to weigh in on this. And this is where people interested in wildlife and parks typically would go, not necessarily paying attention to the legislature. But that is something that has to be considered because of the restrictions on promulgation of rules and regs. I don't know, Curtis, if you have anything to add to that, or from where the department is at. So.
Well, I just wanted to speak to one of the reasons why I think this would have a much smaller hurdle to get over is because it is revenue positive for the state. It represents an increase of almost $750,000 based just on existing hunter numbers. And this also would not turn people away who were interested in coming to Kansas and experiencing the outstanding waterfowl hunting that we have here. So that's really where this varies from previous ideas, I think.
Appreciate that. Commissioners, do you have questions or comments of Cheech while he's here?
Well, your first item with the $100 waterfowl stamp, it sounds like we're going to address that in legislation right away. I think that is a great idea. They shouldn't be paying the same for a Kansas waterfowl stamp as we are as residents. The rest, I know, Stuart, you're going to present some things later on this too, the department's views. I'd like to kind of hear what they have to say.
Makes perfect sense. I think the most important portion of my proposal is that non-resident public lands stamp, because that will give us accurate numbers. This will not change. The current non-resident license will stay where it is. It will just be a non-resident private land license. Okay, it would not get rid of that license. So the outfitters and the people that have private ground here in Kansas won't be affected by this proposition at all. They will still be able to just get a regular waterfowl stamp and hunt private ground or hunt with outfitters. This doesn't at all impede their ability or change their abilities that they have right now. So that's another piece of this, which is important to recognize, is that the current licensing structure we have for non-residents will stay in place on private ground. which is important because people do depend on, outfitters depend on this for their income. And if people have private ground, they're not utilizing the public wildlife management areas. So.
Curtis?
Yeah,
comment.
Mr. Chairman, I think to your point, you're correct that the RAINS Act throws makes it a little bit difficult when you're trying to manage by cost, because especially in areas like this where we have so many licenses or so many permittees coming to the state. So effectively, that means that if a regulation imposes more than at least $200,000 in direct compliance costs, is what the statute says in a year. It says $1 million over 5 years, but broken down to at least $200,000 a year, then it's required to be ratified by the legislature, which means you have to run, and ratification is defined as a bill itself. It can't be a resolution or something a little bit easier to get through the legislature. So as you can see from the current process where we have a RAINS Act bill to ratify the camping fee changes we're proposing, it creates quite the hurdle. A bill can be passed to raise the caps, but that doesn't impose the cost. Then we have to come back and run a regulation. And then once that regulation is introduced, we have to run another bill to ratify that regulation to raise the costs above that statutory cap. As you've indicated, with the large number of non-residents who come to the state, if you were to even set a cap at $100, even raising, say it's set at $8, non-residents pay $8. If you were to raise that just a few dollars, given the large number of non-residents who come to the state, that would almost immediately hit the RAINS Act cap, meaning we'd have to run another bill. So all this to say is, as the chairman, Mr. Chairman was saying, is it creates significant hurdles as an agency. And this just doesn't apply just to KDWP, it applies statewide. And this is a frustration of many, I say difficulty of many agencies right now in addressing fees or costs of any kind with their agency. So meaning that sometimes it's more appropriate to try to manage in ways that don't incur direct compliance costs, so to speak.
Yeah, so I think there's opportunity for legislative consideration of this. It did pass the Senate unanimously. It's got hung up in the House. Different proposal, obviously, but the public demand from our residents to do something about non-resident proliferation of hunting on walk-in and public hunting lands. So,
Is it okay if I ask a follow-up question?
yes, sir.
Curtis, when you were saying, I don't understand exactly what you're saying regarding, so if you raise fees, you have to pass 2 bills to get that through? Is that what you're saying? If it's $1 million over 5 years? Because clearly this would be $1 million in a year and a half.
Yeah, it's a 2 bills and a regulation. So you'd
Okay.
have the bill to raise the cap. So as Martin was describing earlier, we have statutory caps set and what the agency is allowed to charge, but that doesn't impose the fee. Then you come back to the regulation to impose the fee. And then with the RAINS Act, that adds that final layer of another bill. So it's like a sandwich, a bill, reg, and then.
But luckily, we're already at the $100. That just got approved, right? That we're going to move forward with that?
Well, that's just the agency
cap.
recommendation
Sure.
of introducing the bill. So
Sure.
that's just kicking off the first step.
At least we're already there. I thank you all very much for your time today and for your service. I appreciate you. Does anyone else have a question for me about this?
I just want to echo the chairman's sentiments that this is very well thought out. There's a lot of really good stuff in here.
Thank you.
I think this is certainly, I think all the commissioners would say, if it's not the number one issue, the multiple calls that I get in a month, it's certainly number 2, but I think it's number 1. This is something that needs to be addressed. I think you've got a really good framework of a plan here.
Thank you.
But I think unanimously, and I can't speak for my fellow commissioners, but I think at least the majority of us up here want to see something done here to limit the kind of the overuse of the Kansas resources by out-of-state waterfowl hunters.
Yes, I've witnessed it firsthand on many occasions. Thank you very much for your kind words.
I think as we move into the legislative process, I expect we'll see legislation. We may see something come out of this process today, but certainly third parties have indicated an interest in doing something on this. And so as hearings come before the House and Senate committees with jurisdiction over this topic, as we can work with the department to get that information communicated to the public of when hearings are and to invite testimony. I think we suffered from that during the 2025 session with things moving very rapidly in the hearing process. And you had some organizations who were opposed to this, who are in the Capitol on a daily basis and not shy about testifying. We'll do what we can to illustrate this issue going forward in the legislative process.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Cheech.
Thank you.
Additional public comments? Yes, ma'am.
My name is Sharman Sigel, and I'm just here as an individual person, but I want to touch on something you started on earlier, and that's that night vision hunting, okay? I want you to explain to me your logic and reasoning for passing that, because I'll tell you, I'm dead set against it. I mean, in my neighborhood, it is unreal the amount of stuff that gets shot on a daily basis, overnight. Right after Thanksgiving, a guy that lives just down the road from me come by and said, I had a coyote shot last night amongst my cows. It's okay. He went back to feed them the next day, there laid another one. So he moved his cows. As landowners, we shouldn't have to do that. So, and I mean, and I know this happens regularly because I am a trapper. Thank you. And I have been propositioned by people that have shot bobcats overnight during this night vision hunting. They say, will you take this cat for me? And it's like, hell no, I don't want no part of this. I enjoy what I do, and I'm not losing my license for you. So can you explain to me why you passed this? And I know it's a hot thing right now. And there's people in this room that are thinking, I wish you would shut up. Because I know it is a hot topic, and everybody loves it. But I don't. So could you explain to me why you passed it and your reasoning and logic for that, please?
Well, I'll speak for myself. Going down this path, it was something that was subject to a number of hearings by this commission, almost every one since I've been on for nearly 2 years. It was something that was workshopped and then put into the rule and reg process and ultimately passed, I believe, last April. The regulation has a 3-year sunset on it. We have asked our law enforcement officials with the department to provide us with information on an annual basis as to perhaps what the potential impact of the regulation was, whether it accelerated or exacerbated illegal hunting or not. I would say I don't see us revisiting the subject as far as a repeal or a change short of the 3-year sunset that has been placed into the existing regulation. And so with that, I would invite other commissioners if you have comments as to.
Well, I would just point out in the public comments that we got provided to us today. And I do appreciate your comments. Love the fact that you're a trapper. Lost art.
Yes, it is.
Great heritage and lifestyle. But one of the comments that's in our book today is from someone that says, why do we limit the amount of months that we can use thermals? It should be allowed 12 months out of the year. And so, you know, it's just like anything else in the hunting community. You're going to find somebody that uses traditional archery and they don't like the bow hunters, and the bow hunters don't like the crossbow hunters. And we're always going to find, you know, there's going to be something that will fight each other amongst. And so I appreciate your concerns, but there's a bunch of people on the opposite side of the equation too. And I think when the department did the survey, as far as and not that wildlife should ever be decided on a popularity contest, which it never should, it should be science, but the vast majority of the people did support it when we did the poll. So at least the ones that responded, but I echo his sentiments. I do appreciate you coming and commenting.
Okay, so are you going to hire more game wardens to patrol this? Because the ones we have can't patrol the day and night.
Did you turn that in, by the way? Did you call the law enforcement and let them know that those 2 coyotes have been shot up there?
I never personally seen them. It was just hearsay, so it does no good.
Yeah, see, that's kind of the point. I mean, I think if you would report, or anybody that would report that, because I know me personally and the commission, we oppose any law breaking, poaching, breaking of the rules. And what you described wasn't something that we sanctioned in this rule. That would be law breaking.
I
And that'd
understand
be
that.
trespassing, and there's laws on the books that would help. And, can't micromanage or solve every infraction, but I would encourage whoever you got the hearsay from to tell them that when that happens, they should inform their local, game warden or sheriff's department.
Okay.
Further questions for Sharman?
I was against it anyway, so.
Delia's with you.
But you still haven't answered my question. What was your logic for passing it? Is it money? You
Never
didn't
been-
answer.
Well, I don't know that we need to revisit that, given the extensive hearings we had. I would say it was not money. It certainly wasn't money. It was request from members of the public. We already had an existing season, January 1 through March 31st.
Yes.
There were people that asked to expand that. Some wanted to move it into the summer months, some wanted it year round. We listened to people who appeared in front of us, I believe in Fall River in April. Seemed to be more of a consensus to back the season up into the 1st of September and bring in the fall period of time, as opposed to when coyotes were having pups. And the majority of the commission moved forward with a regulation, and it was put into effect. And it was, in my opinion, is being responsive to people who appeared in front of the commission and were seeking an expansion of something that was currently legal. And we restricted it from being allowed during rifle seasons in the fall. And that's what we have.
So are you considering expanding it to year round then?
I don't believe so. I don't believe you'll see a change, personally speaking, absent information that we would receive at a 3-year sunset. I think people that do have concerns or observe or hear about illegal activity, reporting that to wildlife and parks officials, game wardens, will be helpful to us in evaluating how the regulation has been implemented and public response when they do report back to us.
Okay. Thank you.
I do appreciate your time and comments.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for coming.
I had somebody that had commented to me and I wanted me to bring this up. Thank you.
Okay.
It's on the same topic, but apparently there was some confusion. I'm not sure why or how, but the question that I've gotten twice, most recently yesterday, can you, during antlerless deer season, shoot coyotes during antlerless season thermally? And my response was, according to the reg, that the answer would be no. It clearly, in my opinion, indicates that you cannot use, any of this night vision or light technology during deer rifle season. And he said there was some confusion among his local game warden or whatever. And so I just wanted to bring that up and maybe get some clarification from legal on this topic, just to put this topic to rest among the people that I know they're listening via Zoom, because they just let me know that. So.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to pull the regulation up. I don't have internet on my computer, but I believe we had said, the commission had talked about excluding rifle deer season.
I'll
But-
read it for you. I have it pulled up.
Go right, yeah, please do.
Equipment, artificial light scopes, and equipment that amplify visual light, thermal imaging scopes, and thermal imaging equipment may be used to hunt coyotes from September 1 through March 31st, except during deer firearm season.
He's not reading the actual the regulation from, this is just off the Wildlife and Parks website.
Oh, this is our summary. Oh, okay, no, so
Stated on the website is.
no, that's a summary. That's why I need to pull up the text of the regulation, but I believe we excluded the specific dates of the rifle deer season that we wanted to exclude. And my understanding is that does not exclude the antlerless only season in January. So you could use thermal night vision in that January session.
from memory, it was already legal to hunt, use thermal during, the months of January to March, which would have included antlerless deer season. What we did was we extended that backwards, to September 1, but then omitted, days of rifle season through the months of September through December.
Then I would suggest if we maybe clear, because I think what I just read you off the website is leading to the confusion that I'm getting from calls from folks. So if we could clarify that, so
Yes,
I really appreciate that input, and the folks that I know you're listening on, there's your answer.
yes, I agree. I think we should add more precise language to the website. So I appreciate you bringing that to our attention.
Do we have further public comments? Okay, we went over a little bit, it's 1:40. We're going to take a break, or I always say 5 minutes, it turns into 10 or 15, but we're gonna try to hold you to no more than 10 minutes. And we'll come back. We do have an opportunity for public comments later on the agenda as well. So we're on break. Thank you. Secretary Kennedy couldn't be with us today. We've got Deputy Secretary Schrag, who's going to give the secretary's remarks and also lead us into the commission big game permit drawing. So Stuart, thank you for being here, and I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to be here and speak with you today. As Chairman mentioned, Secretary Kennedy is not been able to be here, and he asked me to convey his apologies for not being present, but he looks forward to joining us all again in April. I'm grateful here to be here today here in Council Grove. It's one of my favorite towns, to be quite honest with you, right here in the heart of the Flint Hills. This is a community that reflects so much of what makes our state special. You know, the deep ties to the land with the ranching and ag community, our strong outdoor traditions, and people who show up for one another. We are fortunate to have so many dedicated staff and volunteers in this region. The Council Grove Reservoir and Wildlife Area offers outstanding opportunities for hunting, fishing, and wildlife viewing. And the people who care for these resources take tremendous pride in that work. For more than 20 years, the annual spring youth turkey hunt has paired young hunters with experienced adults, helping them learn skills, build confidence, and enjoy a pastime that has shaped generations of Kansans. Each fall, the outdoor youth event at Council Grove Lake introduces young people to archery, shooting sports, and hunting safety, experiences that often spark a lifelong connection to the outdoors. All of this is strengthened by a robust hunter education program taught by both wildlife and park staff and an incredible local network of volunteer instructors. This is something you've heard us speak about often. Public engagement isn't an add-on to our work. It is at the heart of our mission. When we invite people in, we teach, we mentor, we listen, and we build trust. We strengthen communities like this. And we ensure that the next generation understands the value of our natural resources and the responsibility that comes with enjoying them. And we couldn't do any of it without our staff, our volunteers, our partners, and this commission. Your commitment, your time, and your willingness to engage with the public make everything possible. At this time, I'd like to ask the commission to join me in thanking everyone who has supported one of these outreach events. If you've been a part of these efforts as a staff member, a volunteer, or a partner, please stand and be recognized. I know there's some of you here. Thank you all for your part in an event that is one of the most recognized across the state. Okay, let's move on to commission big game permits. It's that time of year where we do our annual draw. I want to give you a little background on this. So KSA 32970 allows the Wildlife and Parks Commission to issue up to 7 commission big game permits each year to raise money for conservation. 1 elk permit, 1 antelope permit, or up to 7 any deer permits may be issued through a lottery draw to qualifying conservation organizations. The first permits were awarded in January of 2006 when 7 conservation organization applicants drew 1 elk and 6 deer permits. And I will say for this year, 100% of the applicants, their first choice was deer. So all the permits being awarded today will be deer permits. Only nonprofit conservation organizations and local chapters based or operating in Kansas that actively promote wildlife conservation and the hunting and fishing heritage are eligible for these permits. An organization or chapter can receive a permit only once in a 3-year period. Winning organizations can then sell the permits to the highest bidder. Once sold, the cost of the permit is subtracted and 85% of the proceeds are sent to the department along with a conservation project proposal. The organization retains 15% to spend at its discretion. After the conservation project is approved, the money is sent back to that organization to complete the approved project. I just give you some statistical numbers here. Since 2006, its inception, nearly 2.4 million has been raised for conservation efforts here in Kansas. In that first year, '06, we had a total of 59 applications and $49,000 was raised. In 2024, 115 applications were received and almost $368,000 was raised. In 2025, 7 deer permits were issued to 2 Ducks Unlimited chapters, Kansas University chapter and Wyandotte chapter, 2 Pheasant Forever chapters, Osborne County and Southwest Kansas Ringnecks chapters, 1 National Wild Turkey Federation, Salty Spurs chapter at Hutchinson, 1 Kansas Bowhunters Association, the Southwest chapter, and 1 Backcountry Hunters and Anglers chapter. Those permits sold for an average of $36,130. The highest price ever bid on an elk permit was $23,000 in that first year of 2006. Antelope permits have only been awarded in 2 drawings and both were traded for deer permits, so little history there. So I think we are ready. I will come by with the bucket of ping pong balls. Each commissioner will fish out a ball and state the number, and Megan will announce who the recipient is.
Very good. Thank you, Stuart.
$67.
Pheasants Forever McPherson area.
Hey.
Okay.
78.
Pheasants Forever Post Rock Ringnecks.
Big day for the pheasants.
Yeah, no doubt.
We can shake it up just a little bit. 72.
Pheasants Forever Nineska.
No.
65.
Pheasants Forever Longspur.
Anybody else apply?
105.
National Wild Turkey Federation Flint Hill Gobblers.
Boy, Bruce, shake it up a little bit.
Or to the turkey.
Oh, how the chairman do that?
I get 2 or what?
Since
Oh, draw off our absentees. Okay. So Will Carpenter actually got the Pheasants Forever. I'm trying something a little bit different here. 21.
21 is Pass It On Outdoors Mentors, Inc.
Very good. $62.
Pheasants Forever KS Pioneer.
Thank you, Stuart.
Thank you, Stuart.
Great cause.
Yep. Raised a ton of money, sounds like. Jake, are you ready for walk-in hunting access program update, please?
Thank you, Chairman Dameron, commissioners and visiting public. Appreciate the opportunity. I'm going to be spending a little bit of time today. Let the presentation catch up here, but going to be, based on comments from the last meeting, going to be giving a rundown for you all regarding kind of the history on the walk-in program in the state of Kansas, some changes that have occurred over time, primarily in relation to some of the challenges that we face as far as delivery for the program in the state and how things have changed over the years. So an informational item for you. Well, I'll get the right button here. So yeah, we'll go over a little bit of program history and changes, talk a little bit about funding sources and amounts, with kind of past and current numbers, and then some of the continued challenges and future plans that we have with the program. So 30 years ago, access to properties for hunting had already been identified as one of the primary barriers for both continued and new hunter participation. As such, in 1995, a pilot program to determine the feasibility of an agency-run private lands leasing program for public hunting access was initiated. The pilot was focused in 7 counties in south central Kansas and included agreements with 46 landowners for public hunting access on 10,345 acres. So fairly humble beginnings with the pilot. Based on the positive response from both landowners and hunters, the program was expanded and was offered statewide in 1996 and saw steady growth in the following years. With the success of the fall access program and the growing popularity of spring turkey hunting in 2001, we began enrolling properties specifically for spring access. Approximately 42,000 acres were enrolled for spring access in that first year. Fast forward 10 years from the pilot program, and by 2004, the fall access had grown to over 1 million acres, and the spring access was up to 115,000 acres, representing contracts with over 2,200 willing Kansas landowners. The Kansas walk-in program was then and is still hailed as a model for private land public hunting access. There's many states that are rather envious of our WEHA program, noting their struggles to get similar programs off the ground with the modern challenges that we all face, not just in Kansas. Before we move into the more recent and current status of the walk-in program, I'd like to cover some of the programmatic changes that have occurred over the years or ways in which we've attempted to improve the program and increase enrollment. So the first major change took place in 2012. While we were already offering higher incentive payments for properties in the eastern half of the state, where we've historically struggled to enroll new properties, the standard and incentive rates, as well as the applicable acreage ranges, had remained stagnant for some time. At this time, the upper end of the payment rates were increased and additional acreage ranges were added to the payment table. The intent of the additional acreage ranges and increased payment rates was really twofold. One, to incentivize existing cooperators to enroll additional properties. In other words, lowering the threshold of additional acres that were needed to move up to the next payment rate. And secondly, to entice new cooperators into the program with the overall higher rates.
Hey, Jake, real quick, can you go back to that slide? Since the font is fairly small, do you mind just giving some examples of what's up there for them?
Think I can read it from here?
Oh, thanks.
So yeah, I guess upper end of that, I believe.
What was that?
I don't have the slides, just my notes. Yeah, upper end of that in incentive counties with 800 to 1,000 would be a little over $4,000 in the incentive county. So the district part of the state is set. Thanks for the question. Also in 2012, we were awarded the first voluntary public access grant. The VPA HIP, or Voluntary Public Access and Habitat Incentive Program, was established within the 2008 Farm Bill. Took it a while to completely get rolled out to the states, as many of the Farm Bill programs, especially new ones, do. So it was 2012 before we had the opportunity to be awarded a grant. And that the VPA HIP, as part of the 2008 Farm Bill, allowed states to compete for access to federal funds, which required no state match, that were to be used to improve public access opportunities on private lands. We successfully applied for and received a $3 million grant with the first round of funding, which was the maximum allowable for an individual state at that time. The program that we designed to utilize the VPA funding was focused around the Conservation Reserve Program. And the intent was to provide both additional incentive for landowners to enroll or re-enroll their qualifying properties into CRP and tie in public access to those properties for the duration of the CRP agreement. So at its peak, these long-term access agreements accounted for about 90,000 acres, and now through contract expirations are down to about 66,000 acres, with another 11,000 set to expire this coming year. Next major program change came about in 2018. There was a $1.5 million enhancement to the overall program budget through the Wildlife Restoration Grant. Substantial change with how WEHA payment rates are calculated and the rollout of the iWEHA limited access program. One of the things that always came as a surprise, given that the program had been around for 30 years, as we spoke with landowners, the number of them that we'd speak with who were completely unaware that the program even existed always amazed us. You know, you see the signs out there, and as people who deal with it on a daily basis, it doesn't really make sense. But to ensure that that was no longer the case, or attempt to make sure that that was no longer the case, and based on the success of some of the direct mailing efforts that we did with the Voluntary Public Access Program, there were postcards, a sample of which is up there, that containing the updated program information, those changes that I talked about from 2018 that were mailed to over 84,000 Kansas landowners. So that was essentially every landowner in Kansas that owns over 75 acres. One of the other changes I mentioned that occurred in 2018 was how WEHA payment rates are calculated. Now, and I know that's really small, but that's just an example of the rate calculator that our biologists utilize, and I'll go into some of the things that are contained in it here. While we were initially hesitant to add complexity to the rate system that had been in place for more than 20 years, it was clear that our staff did need the flexibility to pay better rates for quality tracts in certain areas. As such, we moved away from the set rates for specific acreage ranges and adopted variable rates based on the habitat type, the lease period, and the location with respect to their relative proximity to the more populous counties within the state. So additional factors in the rate calculator include preferred habitat, which looks at an increase for above average habitat quality for the county, waterfowl opportunity, an increase for above average waterfowl hunting on a tract, urban deer management, an available increase for tracts that fall within that deer management unit 19 in Northeast Kansas, deer density, an increase for tracts that include or are adjacent to verified wildlife damage complaints, tract size, an increase for tracts that are greater than 200 contiguous acres, private leasing factor, which is an increase for tracts that are within a county with a high concentration of private hunting leases. So all of these factors were specifically selected to allow staff to address known program challenges through enhanced payment rates. Along those lines, another challenge that we have faced from the beginning is concern from landowners, especially near population centers, that opening their property for general access would result in them being overrun with hunters. The iWeHA or Interactive WEHA program is our attempt to assuage those fears and open up some of these additional acreages to hunting access that otherwise would not be available. Landowners can determine the dates when a property is accessible, how many hunters are allowed on the tract at any given time, and specify the species which may be pursued. Hunters are required to check in and check out of the property via an app with our licensing vendor and complete a harvest report upon checkout. We began with approximately 1,500 acres, and as of 2025, we're up to 31,567 acres that are available through the iWeHA program. While we've not blanketed the countryside with postcards since the 2018 mailing, our biologists do have access to program-specific postcard mailers, some example of those up here, which can be used to drum up new enrollment with their counties through more limited focus mailings. These include the various sub-programs for access enrollment, iWeHA, VPA, as well as our Habitat First program. All right, switching gears a little bit and talking about funding sources. Those were highlights of some of the program changes over time. But WEHA program utilizes state license dollars as the 25% match requirement for a federal wildlife restoration grant. As many of you, I'm sure, are already aware, these federal dollars are generated from excise taxes on firearms and ammunition, as well as some archery equipment, then apportioned to the states based on the respective land area and the number of certified individual hunting license holders that they have within the state. The current annual funding for the WEHA program is $4.38 million, with just shy of $1.1 million coming from state license dollars and just under $3.3 million covered through federal dollars with the approved wildlife restoration grant. Approximately $3.8 million of that budget goes towards the leasing of properties, with the remainder covering program administration. So pretty efficiently run. I think we're at like 14% overhead as far as the administration. Since 2012, our access programs funding has been bolstered by an additional 8.28 million of federal VPA dollars. As I mentioned, these are 100% federal dollars, no match required. We've been successful in securing 4 competitive VPA grants for this funding, making Kansas one of the top states in the nation to benefit from this Farm Bill program. So I thought I made those numbers big enough, but our screen's not that big, so I'll go over some of this. This is our last 10 years of total acres. So this is our WEHA, voluntary public access, iWEHA. To the public, it's all walk-in hunting access. In spite of our efforts to increase program promotion, rental rates, financial incentives, and program options that are available to landowners, we've continued to see a steady decrease in total program acres. So since the peak, which was 2017 of 1,236,280 acres, we're now down to 1,028,399 acres in 2025. And I believe that decrease of nearly 200,000 acres is what was brought up and prompted this presentation at the last commission meeting. So, you know, our efforts appear to have slowed the bleeding, but they have not stopped it. So what are the challenges that we're facing when trying to increase enrollment for public hunting access in Kansas? Several of you very astutely noted our last discussion, we're often outcompeted by private leasing when it comes to per acre rates for hunting access. When we are able to secure quality properties for public access, we're at times lucky to hang on to those properties for a year or two before the landowner may be made a better offer. In portions of the state, especially in the east, we have a high turnover rate of enrolled properties with the program. So where we currently have a premium incentive rate cap of $18 per acre, deer leases in southeast Kansas are bringing upwards of $35 an acre. So even if we could drum up the additional funds and attempt to compete, which there's real possibility for that or some increases, you know, there's the potential for escalation there. So we pay $35 an acre and they come back with an offer of $45. And the fact of the matter is that it's a real probability given there's plenty of folks with much deeper pockets than we have out there competing for these leases. Other one, recreational real estate sales. So I wasn't able to count. I was planning to count how many billboards I drove by on the way up here, but something to note on your way home. It's a big business. How many billboards do you see that are promoting the recreational sale of properties in the state? There's many realtors that specialize in that. It's a big business and kind of a subset of the next challenge I'm going to talk about. So property changing hands. So not necessarily being sold to someone specifically for recreational purposes. That's kind of the third subset here. But whether it's passed from one generation to the next, sold to a neighboring landowner who may not allow hunting or may already have a private lease, or being purchased primarily as a hunting property, a large portion of the turnover and subsequent decline in total acres is a result of changes in property ownership over the last decade. To a lesser extent, but still worth noting, we have lost properties to wind farm leases. While it was not the case with all of the wind leases, properties have been pulled primarily 8 years or so ago when that was really booming, due to language in certain leases which prohibited hunting access. To my knowledge, we haven't lost any properties due to solar leases yet, but as we see more of those dotting the landscape, it represents just another potential challenge for competition over the access on those properties. So while individually all of these identified challenges are formidable, they're exacerbated by a decrease in the overall amount of quality habitat that is available on the landscape to these competing interests. So looking at the bigger picture, pulling all this back to habitat once again, essentially the size of the pie that we're competing for a piece of is shrinking. So to round out our discussion on the challenges, it's only appropriate that we review some of these landscape level changes that have gradually led to a decrease in the availability of quality properties for leasing over the last 30 years. So everyone is aware of the negative impact that drought has on the quality of habitat and subsequently wildlife populations. Now, while we can't control the weather, there have been changes with respect to haying and grazing restrictions of CRP tracts over the years that have compounded the impacts drought occurs. In case anybody was wondering, that was opening weekend for upland birds in northwest Kansas in 2012. So changes to management restrictions on CRP over the years have at times, depending upon the severity and duration of drought conditions, allowed for the haying of 100% of fields, and more recently, changes that allow for the rent or lease of the haying or grazing privilege as opposed to limiting it to personal use, which has greatly increased the proclivity of that to occur on the landscape on those CRP tracts during times of emergency haying and grazing and drought. In addition to the drought impacts to the quality of habitat offered by CRP acres, we've also seen an overall decline in the total number of CRP acres on the landscape. So total enrollment in Kansas peaked in 2007 at 3.25 million acres, and as of 2024 was down to 1.95 million acres, so about a 40% decline. Now, while not all WEHA property is CRP, at times CRP has accounted for more than 60% of the enrolled properties in the public access program. This is not just a Kansas issue. Decreases in overall acres is occurring nationally with the lowering of the national cap, along with a shift away from whole field enrollment. What's being shown there, the blue lines are general or whole field CRP. The red hash is continuous CRP, and then the relatively new in black is grassland CRP, which, there's still many benefits from wildlife for the generally smaller acreage and the continuous practices that are increasing. But the benefits from that grassland CRP, which is a relatively new working lands program, really remain to be seen. So speaking of working lands, there have been significant changes over the last several decades with respect to agricultural production in Kansas as well. From a wildlife perspective, especially with respect to pheasants, small grains are more productive than row crops. Since 1982, the total acres planted in wheat in Kansas has decreased by more than 50% and milo by more than 20%, while crops such as corn, soybeans, and cotton have seen very significant increases within the state. In addition to the decline in the amount of acres planted to small grains, there's also been a significant change in the way that those acres are planted and managed. There's been a shift from traditional weedy wheat fallow rotations, which provided exceptional nesting and brood-rearing habitat, towards continuous clean management with high inputs that has occurred. As farms are consolidated, it results in larger agricultural tracts with less diversity of what is being planted and a decrease in available edge habitat. Didn't include these numbers on the slide, but the graphic there's depicting that change to where you no longer have a patchwork of different things being planted on smaller fields with plenty of edge habitat. It's basically a larger monoculture of the same crop with less edge habitat. And some of the stats on it, going clear back to 1950, the average farm size in Kansas was 374 acres. By 1980, it was 644 acres. By 2010, it was 732 acres. And in 2024, it was up to 807 acres. Succession, specifically woody encroachment, is another way that the amount of grassland available is being reduced. Woody encroachment is a regional problem, not just in Kansas, but as you can see in the graphic, which is depicting the severity of woodland transition, we're certainly struggling to contain it here as well. So up to this point, I've discussed a lot of changes over time that have made the maintenance or expansion of the walk-in access program challenging. I'm going to shift gears for just a second now and discuss a challenge that has not changed over the duration of the program. That being capacity. We've had essentially the same number of field staff delivering the WEHA program as a portion of their duties since its inception in 1995. While they are all very dedicated and passionate staff who love what they do and they believe in what they do, the bandwidth for pursuing these additional acres, compounded by the challenges that we're facing today, I do believe is a limitation for getting some additional acreage. While these many challenges we've discussed today are evident to us, these are the folks that are on the front line dealing with these challenges and changes on the landscape every day. In addition to covering from anywhere from 2 to 6 counties, they handle access property enrollment, posting of approximately 2,000 contracts with landowners. They also deliver the Habitat First program, providing technical assistance for habitat planning, cost share agreements for practices implemented. They orchestrate equipment loans for habitat installations. They assist with the delivery and monitoring of NRCS federal private lands programs. They host and organize youth hunts, field days, and presentations through schools, conservation districts, prescribed burn associations. And all of this doesn't account for the many, many early mornings and late nights spent in the field gathering survey data for population monitoring efforts. So I'd be remiss if I were not to take a moment and express my appreciation for their hard work and dedication. While it's easy to look at the decline in the access acres and be critical, I think it's probably more appropriate to recognize their efforts and dedication that in the face of these many challenges, and recognize that that's why we've been able to maintain over 1 million acres of public hunting access on private lands in Kansas. Finally, future plans. We have been fairly successful with drumming up additional new enrollment with some of the direct mailers. So we do plan to continue the promotional efforts there. We've seen some positive feedback from landowner appreciation events that have been hosted in coordination with backcountry hunters and anglers. There are several value-added options that have been and will continue to be explored. I think we've spoken about it briefly before, maybe at the last meeting, but the pasture clearing in exchange for the public hunting access on properties has been a win-win for landowners, wildlife, and hunters. So we're going to see if we can grow that some. But again, that takes capacity and partnering. So there have been discussions on legislation that would provide some property tax breaks for landowners who enroll their property into public hunting access. I'm not sure where that's at for this legislative session, honestly. And finally, based on recent success of the iWeHA limited access tracts, I'd foresee an expansion of those properties in the future. So what can hunters do to help? We're often asked that. Most importantly, don't take access to these properties for granted. You know, be respectful of the property and the landowner. Don't drive onto properties. Don't block entrances when parking or litter. Be conscientious. If you do see litter when you're out, pick it up. While we do have the constitutional right to hunt in Kansas, the access to these properties is a privilege, and it's one that we almost work together to maintain. With that, Mr. Chair, I would be happy to take any questions, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jay. Very informative. I think you may have answered my question with some of your closing remarks, and that is the people who have enrolled in the program, obviously they would like more money, so that might be their biggest complaint. But is there a common theme of concerns that they have brought to them with people trespassing, not registering online or clicking online, or other problems with the program in general, or do they find generally satisfactory participation from those who access their land?
Yeah, I would say from the program enrollees, generally satisfactory. We don't get too many complaints regarding issues on the properties. There's occasionally complaints from neighboring landowners regarding trespass where property boundaries may not have been appropriately marked, and we do our best to have our folks go out and try to address that. We are still currently having some growing pains with the check-in, check-out system where the app hasn't exactly been functioning. So we've been hearing a lot about that one. It's something that we're going to have to get rectified if we're going to grow the iWeHA program or be able to rely on that data for our check-in, check-out on the public lands as well. So something that's on the radar of our licensing section and working with the vendor, I know.
Very good. Other questions or comments from the commission?
Yeah, how much was spent total last year for WeHaw, the WeHaw program total? Did I miss that?
Yeah, it was in there. The 4.38 million was the overall budget, and that's the
Thank
75-25 split.
Do you have numbers on the low value lands versus your high values, like a separate chart on that, or would that take some time to get?
That I don't, as far as the range of those variable rates and where it's at. That's,
I mean, I know losing acres sounds bad, but trading some of those low value lands that you're only paying $2 or $4 an acre for, if you get rid of 5 of those and you're able to invest a little more in these ones that you're losing, that we can't compete with the guides or leases for, would that be worthwhile, you think?
Well, it depends on how you define low value, because everything has value to somebody, right?
Yes.
We're working towards opportunities for everybody, be it small game hunting, goose hunting on a winter wheat field that might not have much opportunity for, say, a deer hunter who would go out there and say, well, there's no trees here. Where am I supposed to put my deer stand? So, we have to keep that in context as far as trying to provide opportunities for all of the species and pursuits that people are. So it is difficult to put a value on it, but we try to look at that in terms of the numbers of hunters that we have as far as the types of tracks that we're enrolling. But when it comes down to it, it's a voluntary enrollment program, so we can't be that picky. If we get somebody who's willing to work with us, we're willing to work with them. And even if that means enrolling a property and then having to work with them on habitat improvement on that property. So.
No, understood. That just seems to be the biggest complaint I get about Weehaw is yes, when it's a wheat field that was cut bare and sprayed and
Yeah. We hear
left
that
for the
one.
whole season and there's not even geese are flying into that.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those out there that,
Yep.
yeah, next year it might be good, might have deer on it, might have geese land a couple times a year. But for the most part, it's not being used. And
Yeah, and that is, with those variable rates, we are able to, and the same thing with hang and grazing on CRP. When there are years where we're in a drought, we know that is not going to be good this year. We may do a payment reduction for it for that year, but we don't want to kick them out of the program because 2 years from now, we get some rain and that disturbance on it could make it excellent habitat.
Oh, agreed.
Other questions from the commission? Do you have any comments from the public on this matter? Yes, sir. Please come forward and identify yourself so we can.
Hi, I'm Dennis Allison, resident here in Council Grove. Have you seen an increase or decrease in the usage of the Weehaw lands? And second part of the question is, how would you monitor that?
Yeah, the monitoring of it is difficult. Our primary means of really tracking trends through time, which we are able to look at, is our opening weekend surveys. So we have folks that are out in the field handing out survey cards and visiting with hunters on the tracks throughout the state on opening weekend for upland birds, as well as the opening weekend for firearms deer season. So that's the primary way we're able to gather information regarding use and trends through time. But you're correct, it is difficult to monitor how often those properties as a whole with the program are being utilized. So while we're providing an opportunity and we know that a lot of people are utilizing them and we can glean how many people to an extent through like our small game harvest surveys, because we do ask questions as to whether or not they utilize public wildlife areas, walk-in hunting access tracks. So we can identify a percentage of hunters potentially that are utilizing these properties, but how often or how frequently they're utilizing the properties, it's difficult to say.
Would there be a way to have some kind of voluntary program that you could put on the Weehaw signs to check in to see, how much land usage it would be?
Yes, but with it being voluntary, we wouldn't really have any metric for non-compliance on it, so I don't think it would be usable data for us.
But it would be better than no data at all, wouldn't it?
We have some data now. We don't have no data, but I'm not sure it would give us any better data than what we have now.
Okay.
And there have been discussions regarding why don't we go check in, check out for all of them so that we can gather that data. And the question really was, well, what would we utilize that data for? We're providing this opportunity. We know that people within the state are appreciative of it, and we have non-residents coming in for it. So what would that change? We don't want to put up additional barriers for folks to make the program any more difficult to utilize unless there's a good impact towards the management or the programmatic changes that could happen with the program. And we don't really see a need for that specific level of data.
So have you seen an increase or decrease in the use of these lands?
It's actually pretty flat as far as the trends, exception being years when bird numbers are down, we're in drought, et cetera. We do see decreases then.
Okay, thank you.
Who provides those signs, the Weehaw signs that you had in your pictures up there?
Yeah, those come through a company, I believe is called.
But we do that, the state does it?
Yes, yes. we
Well,
purchase
to
those.
follow up on him, I mean, it'd be pretty simple to put a QR code on every one of those signs. And then
Yeah.
they could, scan their phone on a QR code and,
Yeah.
and.
And we do have that on the iWeehaw tracks, just not on the Weehaw signs, and went to actually for our postcards this year to save on mailing as well as to see it went to a QR code on those postcards. So were able to expand on some of the survey questions that we were able to
Yeah.
ask regarding the tracks, but
But I was just thinking if you had a QR code on each of those signs, you might use technology to save a little money, and I'm just throwing it out because trust me, technology is way
Sure.
over my head, but I've seen them, so.
yeah. Well, and a part of that too isn't just gathering that data. Part of it is out there kind of policing the properties, making and having eyes on it during those busiest times. Cause, you know, it's difficult with the minimal staff we have, whether that be within the wildlife division. We have fisheries division staff out during those weekends too, as well as the conservation officers that are obviously busy during those weekends trying to put eyes on all those properties.
Yeah, and two follow-ups with what Bruce was saying, if you had it, just thinking beyond this, if you had some mechanism like a QR code or something, when someone got there, two things could happen from that. One, if no one ever uses that property, you know, because it's literally not huntable, then maybe the state reallocates that money somewhere else. Or number two, it might give our law enforcement officers a little bit of a heads up where the hunting is being done, you know, if there's hunters here and not there because they're stretched thin enough as it is. I don't know, just throwing that out, just general conversation.
Further comments? Yes, sir.
I'm starting to worry that I'm the old codger that always shows up and has something to say. And get old, so hopefully I'm not. Just wrote down a couple of things. We've been pretty actively involved with the WEHA program. I mean by that, backcountry hunters and anglers over the last several years. One of the things that I hope the commission understands is the importance of the walk-in hunting program. It is super important to folks that can't afford to go to a guide or an outfitter, or can only go to a guide and outfitter once a year. There's the rest of the season that folks want to go out and do something. And this gives folks a place to go out and do things. And if you can only, you know, pay an outfitter once, $500 to go hunt pheasants, this is the way that you can go hunt pheasants the rest of the year. And that sometimes gets lost. It's a way to keep hunters engaged, get more hunters engaged, and it's just a great system. I will say I was a bit of a detractor of the WEHA system at the beginning of my experience with them. I now 100% support these guys. I see what they do. I see how hard they work and some of the stuff that they've gone through to increase it. They're doing a great job. I'm not saying they're perfect. I got some issues with them, but it's, I've learned a ton, and it's a super important program. And I'm a hunter. I love hunting. I hunt a lot. I fish some, I camp some, I do all that other stuff as well, but I love hunting. I hunt almost exclusively WEHA and public land stuff. That's almost all I do. And there's great hunting. Sometimes what looks great to one person is terrible to another person. You know, if you're looking for pheasant, you're looking for something different than if you want to, you know, try to call in a coyote. You know, and so that's one of the things that I had to learn as I went through this whole process is like I saw it through the lens of a bird hunter. And I had to understand that it's different things and they need a variety. One of the things that helps a lot is when they get long-term contracts. And so to go in and pull and take this one and try to get that one, that's a hard deal. And it ends up hurting, I believe, in the long run. Long-term contracts are the way to go. That gives some stability to the program. And it's great for the hunters. One of the things that I've learned through our service projects is how much the landowners, looking at it from their perspective, a lot of the people who sign up for WEHA see that as a service to their community. And I think that's important to realize as well. I didn't realize that part early on either. Like they are helping pull in, giving an economic benefit to their little tiny community. Whether it's, you know, Bison, Kansas, or whether, you know, whatever, there's some economic benefit that comes in to their community from having walk-in hunting. And so they understand that they're providing a service to their community, their local community. And I didn't really understand that part of it. So I'm happy to see all of this information. I'm glad we get it out in front of the public's view. Walk-in hunting engages hunters and keeps them engaged. And that's, you know, having a constitutional right is great, But when you can't exercise it, if you don't have access to someplace to go, it's worthless. And so that I think is the importance of the walk-in program. And it's really, really important. I'm fortunate I hunted birds this year in Montana and South Dakota and Kansas. I'm very fortunate. Walk-in system is a great system. It's super good. And all of the places that I go, I hunt places that are publicly accessible only. Just because I don't like to have to set up, I don't like to have to call people, interrupt their supper for permission and all that kind of stuff. I don't like to do that. I'd rather just go hunting. And so that's why I do that. But the walk-in system is great. I'm a big proponent of it, obviously. But I just want to impress the commission with the fact of its importance because it engages and keeps engaging hunters for all kinds of things, turkey, deer, birds, coyotes, everything. And that's why it's really, really, really important because not everybody can pay $500 a day to go hunt pheasants. They just can't. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll echo what he said. And coming from an urban environment up there, this is the question I get from a lot of my friends and people I don't know that I'm the commissioner up there. Is there any way that I can get this presentation emailed to me so that I can send it out? Because a lot of these guys are working and they don't know where to go in the video to see this.
Sure, absolutely.
So I'd appreciate that. Good, please.
All right, very good. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you.
Appreciate the presentation. Stuart, greatest hits, non-resident waterfowl.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Before I talk about non-resident waterfowl, I'm just going to follow up a little bit on what was just presented. I'll get on my soapbox for just a little bit. When I look back at my career with the agency and our successes, WEHA is right at the top when you look at that program, to the point where, other states have looked at our model and developed their own. And I see a lot of new private land access programs in the western states. And I know that many of those originated from looking at our model. So I just wanted to mention that as well, that it has been highly successful and I hope it continues to be highly successful in the future. I also want to just mention real quick, it came to my attention that we had some technical difficulties earlier with our live stream. Those since have been corrected. And for those who might have missed out on some of that, we do record these. And so you will be able to go back at a later date and be able to view the entire commission meeting. So, all right, let's talk a little bit about non-resident waterfowl. We're continuing to work on this whole non-resident waterfowl hunting pressure issue on our Kansas public lands. But I am pleased to report that some progress has been made since our last meeting. As Martin stated earlier, a bill will be introduced into the 2026 Kansas legislature to modernize the Kansas waterfowl habitat stamp statute to remove outdated language and to create a structured fee system that would delineate resident and non-resident pricing. And we are pleased to see this move forward and are a proponent of this legislation. And for those of you that have stuck with us all this time as we've continued this conversation and made some efforts to make some corrective action, you'll know that this initiative was part of the plan all those years ago. And so we are pleased that it's gotten to the point that it has and are in support of it. And as a reminder, the waterfowl habitat stamp funds are established in statute to be utilized for wetland restoration, renovation, and acquisition here in the state of Kansas. And so, we have done a lot of great habitat and wetland restoration work over the last decade to 2 decades with those stamp funds. But as everybody knows, prices increase for contractual services and acquisition. Land prices fluctuate as well. So we are pleased to see this taking some movement. And while we're glad to see this action, department staff continue to evaluate the annual data that we're collecting. We're continuing to consult with our neighboring states and what they're doing when it comes to non-resident waterfowl hunting in their state. We're gathering all the input that we've received from constituents and other sources and continuing this discussion to alleviate this pressure. And obviously the increasing non-resident pressure trend is not changing. And I know Cheech gave some numbers earlier in his presentation, which I appreciate, but during the 2017-2018 hunting season, we sold around 9,800 waterfowl stamps to non-resident hunters. In the 24 and 25 season, non-resident stamp sales almost doubled to just over 18,000 sold. During the same time period, 2017 through 2024, resident stamp sales have pretty much remained steady from around just under 23,000 to 24,000. So the residents have maintained throughout this. Sales to non-resident waterfowl hunters now comprise 43% of all Kansas waterfowl stamp sales compared to only 24% in 2007. So we continue to explore management options to address this trend, with our focus being our department-owned and managed wetlands that include Cheyenne Bottoms, Jamestown, McPherson Wetlands, Neosho, Meridazine, and other of our department-managed wetlands that are still under consideration. And we also are continuing our research with the Southeast Kansas Mallard Study. And while the project primarily focuses on habitat use and regional and local movements there in Southeast Kansas, identifying how the ducks utilize the landscape and how hunting pressure may influence that can be applied statewide. But I believe, and we believe, this ongoing research will greatly contribute to our understanding as we examine these ongoing hunting pressure issues. And I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I really appreciate all the input that we've got from our constituents and the assistance that we've got from neighboring states. And many of them have made changes over the last few years and are continuing to again this year. In my time with the agency, especially in the position I'm in, this has been probably the most public input we've received on any topic, at least at, the top 5 for sure. And as Commissioner Mark mentioned earlier, in the phone calls and the contacts that the commissioners are getting, it continues to be a high priority for the agency. We're putting a lot of brain power and time into this research and discussion on coming forward with some recommendations. And so it is our goal to come forward with some recommendations for the commission by the next meeting in April. And so with that, I will stand for any questions.
Questions from the commission? Questions from the public?
Mr. Chair, I do have one from the public.
Very good. Thank you, Jason.
Mitchell, I'm going to unmute you now.
Hey, good afternoon, all. Make sure I come through all right.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, I just kind of wanted to make a general comment after that whole statement was made. I just want to echo the requirement for this. I mean, I know I've talked to you guys about this a lot. I'm sure you're sick of hearing me talk about non-resident waterfowl, but I mean, just this year alone, 2 weeks ago, I was out hunting. I counted 24 total vehicles on a southeast wildlife area for waterfowl hunting. I was out hunting with one other guy, one Kansan that I hunt with. Him and I were 2 out of the 4 vehicles with Kansas plates out of the 24 on that one part of one wildlife area. I mean, it is the amount of people coming and hunting the state are actively pushing people out of being able to hunt Kansas. Like it has gotten to that point. I just wanted to echo that sentiment and just express my dire concern of something that needs to happen for this. I mean, it's not sustainable. I can't tell you the amount of times that I have gone and counted 75% non-resident to 25% or less. I mean, even more skewed ratios of out-of-stater to in-stater plates on public lands. It doesn't matter if I'm close to a border or right in the middle of the state. I mean, just another example, there was a group of folks from Georgia who literally lived in a campsite for a month of the southeast part of the state's season and hunted every single day, who I did, and in the general discussion later, I'll bring this up, attempted to contact the game warden for multiple times for various violations that was never satisfied for illegal use of a boat motor in an unauthorized location. Whole nother point, but I mean, it just, there's so many issues that are being brought about by this, and quite frankly, it's getting tiring. So just as another public land waterfowler in Kansas, I really, really urge the commission and everybody who has a part in this to take this for the utmost seriousness as it is and get something happening. That's all I got. Just wanted to kind of make that comment.
Mr. Chairman. Yeah, go ahead, Cheech.
Thank you.
Oh, Cheech, welcome back.
Well, thank you. It's been a while. There's a couple things, and thank you for that gentleman's call. I know exactly where he's talking about, and he's not incorrect when he talks about the gentleman from Georgia being there for a month. There's two completely unrelated things, well, semi-related, that I forgot to mention. And what that is I would wonder if the commission would consider limiting access to the wildlife management areas an hour and a half before legal shooting time, and also mandating that everyone be off of the wildlife management areas an hour and a half after legal shooting time, or an hour after legal shooting time. And by that, I mean, what that gentleman was talking about was these young men were literally in a camper, but they would leave a couple of guys in a boat to make sure they had their spot for the next morning. So they weren't ever leaving the wildlife management area and giving the ducks an opportunity to rest. This I've seen in multiple times over the last few years, where guys are literally leaving a couple guys there so they have their spot for the morning, and they're just sleeping in their boat because they're young guys and they can do that. I cannot. So that was, I would talk, I think it's worth having a discussion to give these birds an opportunity to rest at night, and to give these people an opportunity to have the space. I know that you've done something at Neosho, and I know that that has had mixed results with some of the guys waiting until a certain time before legal shooting. But I believe that there's no marsh I can't get to where I want to in an hour and a half and be set up with, ready to hunt. There's no marsh that I've found yet in Kansas where I can't get from my truck to a spot in an hour and a half. And I think that would be beneficial for the habitat and beneficial for the waterfowl that right now are being harassed for a long period of time. And as far as the scouting goes, after people get off and they want to scout, they should scout from the roads. They shouldn't be walking through the wetlands at dark, trying to find where the birds are going. You'll get a pretty good idea from the roads, and I think you can have an adequate idea of where you want to hunt the next day by finding out where those birds are without being in the marsh, in the public areas. So that was the one thing. Unrelated completely was a couple of years ago, the laws regarding the merganser bag limits changed. 2 or 3 years ago, I don't know which it was, they changed. Mergansers used to be their own bag limit. You were allowed 5 common mergansers and 1 hooded merganser, a total of 6 mergansers, and it did not count against your bag. And in an effort to streamline the regulation process, Wildlife and Parks decided to include those in the duck bag limit. That was how it was explained to me when I asked, why did you do that? And they wanted to streamline the laws so that people wouldn't have to wonder if it was a merganser or not. And the unintended consequence of that is every common merganser is capable and willing to eat over 100 fingerlings a day. And hunters now are not shooting mergansers because they don't want them to count towards their duck bag limit. And they will. So then that'd be 1 less mallard or 1 less pintail that they could get. So the unintended consequence will be an effect on the fisheries over time, because a lot of fingerlings are getting eaten by birds that would have been shot during duck season. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, so I just would ask that you'd reconsider that and making mergansers separate from other ducks, because they really are very different than other ducks in the way that they behave and how they look. And I think that would help the fishery, because we want great fishing here in this state. And over time, that will definitely have a large impact if people stop hunting mergansers like they have. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Cheech. Comments from the commission for Cheech?
So do we have the authority to limit access hours through regulation?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, we already, as Cheech was referring to, we already have a 5 a.m. restriction at Neosho, which basically alludes to what he was laying out, was that you can't step foot into the marsh until 5 a.m. We actually had it slated, running through the reference document, to add additional properties to that 5 a.m. rule. McPherson Valley Wetlands, I think, was one of them. So that is one of the topics that we continue to discuss as part of the recommendations coming forward.
Do you like the 5 a.m. better than the hour and a half?
Well, yeah, I think that's kind of splitting hairs. 5 a.m. may not work it may work in some zones, may not in the others. So maybe an hour and a half or a duration period like that would be a better alternative, but that is things that we are discussing. So far, overall, yeah, as Cheech mentioned, there's been some pros and cons to that at Neosho, but overall, I think the staff out there would say that it has been a success and has reduced pressure to the point, because they were dealing with the situation that he laid out of people coming in at all hours of the night or camping all hours of the night, and the ducks just did not have any rest periods. And so imposing that has made an impact in that regard. And so that is something that is still high on our list in these recommendations coming forward that we're discussing.
Yeah, Quivira has a similar regulation.
Right.
So if we're able to limit access hours, would we also be able to say a noon closure for non-residents at the same time
On those wetlands?
on public lands?
Yeah, I mean, there's, and the refuges in time is what we refer to them, you know, in our world. And we have discussed options in that regard too. Like at the bottoms, I think that I can never remember which pool it was. We talked about this at the last commission meeting. We said no motorized boats
Three
after 1 p.m. too. So we continue to look at refuges and times by pool, by property, and what kind of an impact that would make too. So yeah, those are all things that we continue to look at and discuss as management options
But can be done if that's the consensus.
through this process. Yeah, because the 5 a.m. rule was in the public lands reference document that went through this commission and the process.
Point of legal question, is there any rule, you know, we talked about the Rains Act and all that. Is there any rule that we will butt up against if we say his original proposal, 5 days on, 5 days off, the most you could do is 20 days as an out-of-stater? Is there somebody that's gonna come back in behind us and say, well, they're you know, groceries and meals, and it's gonna have an economic impact? Somebody gotta do some sort of a study if we do that, or is that not covered under anything that we have to concern ourselves with?
Well, it's kind of hard to tell without the specific proposal in front, but I think I understand your general question, that it does, there could be some, the magic term is direct compliance costs with the regulation. So it depends on the way it's crafted. If the language is crafted in a way that it doesn't impose a direct compliance cost, if it's like an indirect compliance cost or something second, third, fourth order, it wouldn't run afoul of or it wouldn't implicate, I should say, the Rains Act. So that's why when you're regulating through costs directly, that is obviously a direct compliance cost. So these other measures that we're discussing, I think that the commission can work within these parameters and avoid implicating the Rains Act.
And if we, you know, kind of think through it and want it to be a positive economic benefit for Kansas, if we raise fees for out-of-state, whether that's the stamp itself or access, which I know the secretary wants to increase fees in parks, and we've talked about that. And so I guess when you're talking about trying to drum up enough votes in the legislature, I mean, you know, if we can show if we can craft something that's a positive economic benefit for the state, at the same time saving our habitat and wildlife resources for in-state, somehow I think that would be a win across the board for us.
And this, as much as I love Cheech's idea, you have a lot of time and input into it. Another gentleman had sent me the noon closure suggestion with the facts that instead of these guys sitting on the marsh all day, they're going into town spending money. There's your economic benefit to the communities. Otherwise, what you see, these guys go out there at 5 a.m. They don't leave till sunset. They're out there all day long. How are they spending any money in town?
Right, some of them aren't even buying motels because they're sleeping.
Yeah, they're staying in a camper, they're eating bologna sandwiches. That's not.
I'm not opposed to a noon cutoff for non-resident hunters. I'm not opposed to it in any way. I think it's a solid idea. Then they got to be off the marsh an hour after that, and they can stay out of the marsh, and I think that's a solid idea. I would have no opposition to that.
Yeah.
From my point of view.
Backing the idea because, yeah, how can you argue the economic impact of that? It's net positive.
I'd be curious what law enforcement thought about, having to enforce that though.
Well, there's a lot of states that already do that.
Yeah,
Arkansas
I
does
just
that,
wondered what our
Vermont does
folks
that.
would-
Yeah.
I just,
well,
I'm
I couldn't
trying to
speak to
figure
it.
something that our folks would,
It's
yeah.
it's a very common practice on public waterfowl areas for non-residents to be out by noon or out by 1 off, no shooting after noon. I've personally been lots of places that is the rule.
Well, I'm like everyone else up here, and I think if, as a commission, we don't solve this, then it's be our largest failure.
So to Commissioner Mark's comment and Curtis's response, so the REINS Act, quite frankly, has been distorted in the legislative process. And we saw that during the session when second, third tier costs were imputed into a bill by an organization. Several people spoke against the waterfowl bill and said the money that the state will lose from people staying in hotels and buying gasoline and so forth, in addition to the license issue, would certainly exceed $200,000 per year, $1 million over 5 years. No evidence to that whatsoever. I think legal counsel accurately states that shouldn't apply. It's the black and white impact of the regulation. We saw that initially a couple of years ago when the fire extinguisher issue came up about a requirement for people to update their fire extinguishers, and you could extrapolate X number of boats by the average price of a fire extinguisher and come up with a number. What we saw in the legislative process is so subjective that it's really something you can't respond to. And the reaction from legislators who were opposed to that suggested that Wildlife and Parks should conduct studies to determine what the impact was on cabins, hotel rooms, gasoline, et cetera, meals and so forth. And so it really took it from ridiculous to the absurd. But that's what we have on the books. So we're trying to work around that. So, thank you, Chief.
Thank you very much for your time.
We good with waterfowl for the time being again?
We do have
If
one more
someone-
online.
One more? Okay, Jason.
Mitchell, I'm going to ask you to unmute again.
Hey, all. I just wanted to hop back on here. I heard, we're talking about this entry law time again. I've been a stark opponent to establishing entry law times on anywhere beyond Neosho across the state. I'm telling y'all, that is definitely not the solution. I don't know if you guys have kept up with the social media posts from down south in Arkansas, been witness to a boat race, been witness to a foot race. These guys are bringing in horses on public land and racing on horseback to get to their spots at Arkansas's 4 a.m. entry time. I can assure you that establishing a time, even if it's an unset time, like an hour and a half before legal light, you are going to have the utmost of problems be observed across the state to the likes that we've never seen. I know that I've been told prior at Neosho, there's been no issue with it. There's been no issue with that. I doubt it. I can't believe it. I stay away from that place because I don't want to foot race somebody. I don't want to foot race through a marsh that's icy and deal with having to rush and ripping a hole in my waders in 10-degree weather, you know. I'm telling y'all, if that gets established across this state, there's going to be so many just insane examples of people trying to do what they can to get to their spots on public, especially with as overcrowded as we already are. I just wanted to call it out. I wanted to make that known. I challenge you, if you have not looked it up, members of the crowd or the commission, look up an Arkansas boat race, look up an Arkansas foot race, and tell me that's the right thing for Kansas. That's all I got on that. I just wanted to shout that out, and I'm done with this topic for now. So I
Thank you, Mitchell.
appreciate the time to speak.
Always appreciate it.
Mitchell, I wanted to thank you for your comments, and I personally have seen the videos you're talking about, and none of us want to see that happen here in Kansas. We do have certain laws already, or regulations on the books regarding horses and other vehicles on public lands, but to your point, I agree with you. I do not want to see our Kansas public areas turn into that either, so I appreciate the comments.
All right, thank you, Stuart.
You.
Okay, we're going to make an adjustment in the agenda. No, we're not taking a break, so keep your seat. We're going to reverse the general discussion in the workshop session and take the workshop up first. And we may have some pressure with the people that have to leave, so we want to make sure we get our votes in. So, John? We'll put you on the spot a little bit earlier. You were back there thinking you had another half hour. Appreciate it, John. Thank you. We're at workshop session, night vision coyote permit and duplicate boat decal fee.
It took me a little bit to get up here from the back, but I appreciate it. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. John Beckman, Wildlife Division Assistant Director of Research. And today what I'll be covering is two different aspects of KAR 115-2-1, which is the fee regulation. I will be covering the night vision coyote hunting season permit fee structure, and then move to the duplicate boat registration decal fee structure. Just as a little bit of background of where we've been, for a reminder, everybody, the night vision coyote season was established in 2020 following extensive review by agency biologists and staff. There was interest in the last year by the Kansas Wildlife and Parks Commission to expand the season. And as part of that, KDWP staff were asked to collect more information. And in order to do this, we conducted a night vision coyote hunting survey where we sent the survey to 8,000 participants across different user groups, including landowners, night vision hunters, deer hunters, small game hunters, and the attendees at the three public meetings that we held across the state in the spring of 2025. There's a little bit more background. Here, the Kansas Wildlife and Parks Commission did request a permit fee increase as part of the season expansion. And to inform this, KDWP staff looked at a 5-year average of the number of night vision coyote hunters, including both residents and non-residents. Sorry, I'm trying to get to my correct slide here. In the 5 seasons since 2020, KDWP has charged a $2.50 permit processing fee in order to collect data on the number of night vision hunters. And at this time, this is a free permit as no revenue goes to KDWP, but only pays the license vendor to handle the permit sales. As additional background, what we heard from the coyote hunting meetings and the survey is that a majority of the individuals in the surveyed user groups did support a season expansion. KDWP staff also heard from night vision hunters that they would be willing to pay more for a permit to cover the costs associated with law enforcement, data collection analyses, and associated management activities. Again, the Kansas Wildlife and Parks Commission requested a permit fee increase as part of the season expansion. And over the first 5 years of the night vision coyote season, the agency sold an average of 5,913 permits, of which on average 4,862 were sold to residents and 1,051 on average on an annual basis were sold to non-residents. So at this time, the proposed change to this regulation would be to increase the current permit fee for residents from the $2.50 processing fee to $27.50 for residents, and to increase the permit fee for non-residents from the $2.50 to $52.50. And so the total annual revenue of this permit fee change would be $174,100 on an annual basis. And this regulation change will contribute to KDWP covering costs associated again with management, research, surveys, monitoring, and law enforcement. Moving forward to the other component of KAR 115-2-1, the duplicate boat decal fee structure. Just as a little bit of background, currently the agency offers duplicate or replacement boater registration decals in the event that they are lost or damaged. In 1992, the agency started charging a duplicate fee permit of $3. In the subsequent year, 1993, that was increased to $5. And then in 2003, it was further increased to $10. However, in 2019, when the agency switched from Tyvek paper to regular paper licenses and permits and tags, this regulation was inadvertently reduced back to a $0 duplicate cost. And with the rising cost of boater registration decals and postage, a fee increase at this time would help cover the cost of those decals. And so what's being proposed here is based on Wildlife and Parks licensing staff, where they examine the cost of the boat decals themselves when they were purchased, looking at the average number of duplicate decals that were issued each year, and then figuring in staff time and cost of envelopes and postage. And so the proposed change would go from the current fee of $0 back to the established $10 fee prior to 2019. And so over the last 5 years, the agency has issued an average of 1,257 replacement decals, which leads to a total revenue of $12,570 on an annual basis. And with that, I will stand for any questions.
Questions or comments from the commission? Anything from the public at this moment in time? We need a vote to move these forward. Curtis?
Yes, I think the intent being in the workshop session would be that take a voice vote. This is the informal vote on the flow chart provided before to move it into promulgation. I'll start it in the process and bring it back to the commission for a final vote.
Very good. Is there a motion to move forward from the commissioners?
I'll motion to move forward.
And second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Beckman. We now have what, camping fees and dare permit quotas with Levi? Is that correct? Or oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Connor with camping fees, then we'll get to Levi.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the commission. Connor O'Flanagan, State Park Director, here to discuss state park fees. All right, and the two fees we're looking at are KAR 115-2-2 for motor vehicle permit fees. Other one is 115-2-3, which is camping, utility, and other fees. And give a quick recap of how we got to this point. The goal of this is to ensure the long-term sustainability and quality of Kansas State Parks by adjusting fees to keep pace with rising operational costs and utility costs, while continuing to provide safe, well-maintained, and accessible outdoor recreation for all park guests. So if we go and look at an FY16, our operation cost for a whole state park program, that was about $10.8 million. And then in FY25, that increased to 16.2. So that's a 49% increase. And why we choose FY16, that's going to be the last time we had our fee increases. So that's that's the rates that we are at right now. So that's been a 49% increase since FY16. Of that specifically, utility costs from 2016 was roughly 1.8 and 2024 was 2.6. That's a 45% increase since that time as well. So the fees that we're looking at specifically, first is going to be the annual camping permits. This is offered since the 1980s. What this does, it gives a $10 night discount for the whole calendar year. Kansas is one of only 2 states still offering this program. Longer stays by permit holders has led to loss in revenue, and then the rising operational costs make the program unsustainable. So if you look more closely at the annual camping permits, numbers sold on the left, it's kind of hard to see, but that's 2020, 2,500 permits, 2021, we sold 4,200, 2022, 4,230, 2023, it dipped down a little bit to 3,685, and then 2024 is 3,512. With that, though, we're seeing an increase in individuals that stay in the parks using those permits. And as you see, it goes from 45, 48, 60, 51, and then in 2024, it was 57. Seeing that we're only 8 days out of 2025, I don't have that data for you right now, but I can get that for you if you'd like to see it. So when you calculate the cost of the permit, the revenue from that, and then the amount of revenue that we're losing by offering those discounts, that difference is showed here. Most recently in 2024, it's a loss of 1.8 million. And so our proposal would be to eliminate the annual camping permit altogether. Next fee that we were looking at is the daily camping rate. On the bottom, these are just state comparisons for our region. Kansas on the left at $9 per night, Nebraska at 15, Arkansas is at 16, Missouri's at 15, Colorado's at 22, Iowa's at 16, and Oklahoma is at 18. So again, on the left, the current program, overnight camping is 9. The proposed change would be to increase that to 15. One utility is at 9. We're looking to increase that to 11. 2 utility is currently 11, increasing that to 13. 3 utility is 12, increasing to 15. So on the utility type, that would just be a $2 step increase per additional utility that you'd be using at your campsite. Okay, annual vehicle permits. Again, this is a region comparison. On the left is Kansas. The yellow indicates in-state residents. So if you purchase that through the DMV, it's $15. If you're not a state resident, or if you purchase it through the park office, it's $25. Nebraska in-state residents is $35. Out-of-state residents is $70. Both Arkansas and Missouri, it's free entry. They don't have any dedicated funding, or they do have dedicated funding, unlike us, so they don't have to rely on those revenues generated from vehicle permits. Colorado in-state residents are $29. Out-of-state residents are $80. Iowa, it's $40 whether you're in-state or out-of-state. And then Oklahoma, it's $60 in-state, $75 out-of-state. So again, current program, the annual vehicle permit is $25. The DMV passport, or also known as the Easy Pass, is $15, which is a $10 discount. Senior disabled annual vehicle is $12.50, which is half the cost of your regular annual. And then daily vehicle is $5, and it's 1/5 the cost of the annual rate. And then senior disabled is $2.50 or half the cost of the regular daily. Proposed change would be to increase your annual vehicle to $40, increase the DMV passport to $30, still give a $10 discount if you're an in-state resident. Senior disabled annual would be half the cost of your regular annual at $20. And then your daily would still be that 1/5 rate, which would be $8. And the senior disabled daily would still be half the cost of the regular, so it'd be $4. And then our 14-night camping permit, currently that costs $110. And that gives you a discount for 3 nights off of your daily camping rate. Proposed change would be to keep this program, increase that to be in alignment with how much the daily camping rate would be increasing to. So it'd be $165 for a new permit. The fee adjustment would reflect that proposed change and maintain that 3-night discount. Seasonal camping program. Currently, this is a 3-tiered pricing level. That's based off of what park you're in and what part of the state. Participants in this program enter a 30-day agreement without the requirement to relocate every 14 days like traditional campers. Contracts must be renewed monthly. Participants retain their site provided they adhere to stricter guidelines than standard campers. Proposed change would be to streamline this program to a single tier and then offer a $100 discount based on the utility site type, which would be shown below at $680 for a single utility, $740 for 2 utility, and then $800 for 3 utility. All right, and so you guys, as you've been aware, we've done town halls across the state during this process. And the last one ended up in December in Manhattan. You should have received a report on how that went. We've had a lot of feedback on that. You guys should have got that as well. The main comments that you're hearing is a desire to keep the annual camping permit in its current form. Additionally, the seasonal camping program to retain that at a cheaper rate. And then a phased in increase compared to the increase all at once is what the public has expressed at those meetings. So when we look at the economic impact, how we calculated this is we took a 5-year average of each permit type or reservation type, get that, calculate the difference from the current rate to the increase rate. And then we took a 15% participation decrease. And mainly that's because every town hall meeting we had surveys, and the general public, when asked how they would respond with increases, they explained that they would be camping less potentially. So we were trying to figure out an accurate depiction on what that increase would look like. And so that's where we got to the 15% decrease in participation. So annual vehicle permit, what we're estimating would be 289,901. DMV passport would be 2,057,827. Senior annual be 29,805. Daily vehicle, 494,167. Senior daily be 3,725. And then the camping side, 14-night camping permits would increase revenue by 45,859. Overnight camping by 1,602,984. 1 utility, 3,562. 2 utility, 12,405, and 3 utility, 63,430. And so that would be a total economic impact of 4,603,670. So that wouldn't be affecting local businesses or local governments. That'd be borne by the individual that visits camps in our state parks. That's a large number. I think one thing you want to think about too is in 2025, we had just over 7.2 million visitors in the parks. And so when you think about any dollar amount increase is going to be pretty substantial when you think about how many people are camping, buying vehicle permits, annual permits. So that's why that increased dollar amount is so significant. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Questions for Connor? We've been down this path before and we've had these discussions. I know it's a challenge to adequately fund the parks. We don't see state general fund money coming into these, and so the legislature pushes back and likes people that use facilities to pay for facilities. I know we also get comments and pushback from people in the private sector that have their own campgrounds and the like, and have had concerns in years past that people can stay on state properties cheaper than they can stay in private sector properties. So I think that kind of what leads us to where we're at today.
Correct. Yeah.
There,
Yeah. So this should help alleviate a lot of those issues.
no comments from the commissioners or comments from the public? I think you're looking for another voice vote. Is that correct, Curtis?
Yes, if you would, please. And then, of course, you've already before voted to sponsor a bill ratifying these regulations, because as you can tell, they far exceed the reins in the cap.
Right. We have a motion from the commission.
I move to approve.
We have a second.
Second.
We have discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Very good, Connor. Thank you. Okay, now Levi. 2026 deer permit quotas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Something I'm much more qualified to talk about than camping permit fees for sure.
Cross training.
All right, so I'm Levi Jasker. I'm the Big Game Program Coordinator out of the Emporia Research and Survey Office, and I'm going to present the 2026 to 2027 permit quotas for deer. We have a quota system for limited availability permits because Kansas wants a healthy, well-managed deer herd, and it is a limited resource, so you can't have a over the counter for everybody to hunt here and maintain a good quality herd. And when we got to limit those permits, we have to do it through a state, by state law, it requires we do a lottery. And this lets Kansans utilize the resource that they live with on a regular basis, but it still provides that fair distribution of permits that by necessity have to be limited. We base the quotas on both biological and social carrying capacities. So not only are we looking at the resource and doing surveys, we're also working with landowners and the public to manage in ways that hopefully don't negatively affect the resource, but maintains it at good levels that people will support. Our current demands passes supply we've so far for the last several years set a new record every year for the number of applicants for deer permits. Last year there were just under 34,000 people that applied for permits, which is quite the change from 5 to 6 years ago when it was about 24,000. Our resident hunter tolerance for non-resident hunters is low and declining. Some of that is many things that Jake had mentioned earlier in the WEHA presentation, but particularly our resident hunters' site loss of access to hunt. Also, there's a very low percentage of Kansas land that's open for public hunting access. Public hunting areas that are actually open to hunting makes up less than 1% of the state of Kansas. When you add WEHA in there, you get another 2%. But yet, our public lands account for about 6 to 7% of our deer harvest every year, and WEHA accounts for about 4% of the deer harvest each year. So those properties certainly get more pressure and hunted quite a bit, and are particularly important to Kansas use of our deer resource. And so we've got to be conscious of the pressure on those areas too. Now, also, non-residents harvest far fewer antlerless deer per hunter than our residents do. So in areas where we need to maintain our deer numbers that, try to reduce those to help limit crop damage and deer vehicle access and such, our residents are definitely more important in that sense. But under this system, the landowners retain the valuable commodity for deer hunting, which is access to their property. They may not be able to control the number of permits out there and available, but they can certainly control who gets to hunt on their property. So just a quick reminder for the antlered deer tags for non-residents and residents. We have 18 deer management units that are of particular importance. In this case, we don't include Unit 19, which is up around the Kansas City, Topeka area, because that is for doe management, for antlerless deer management alone. So areas within that are under the main underlying units, so 9, 10, 11, and 14. Those units quotas would dictate who hunts in that area too. So what information do we use to develop these quotas? We use the population estimates, harvest, deer vehicle crashes, sex ratios, age structure, reproduction, crop damage complaints. We also use landowner opinion, and then the public and hunter opinion. We look at habitat conditions, presence or absence of chronic wasting disease as we've been able to detect it, how many permits were issued previously and the demand for permits, whether it's larger urban area, and then we also get input from biologists. Some certain things are required by state law to be included, which are a subset of these. So our population estimates, the deer vehicle crashes, age structure of our herd, the amount of crop damage complaints we're getting, landowner opinion, public hunter opinion, and habitat conditions are the main ones that we are required by law to include. But again, there's a lot more that needs to go into it than just those. And likely, many cases, we'd have a vastly different number of permits or much worse changes to our permits with only a few things that would probably not affect our deer herd well. And we change this each year in hopes that we can make incremental changes over time each year rather than making a drastic change every few years. So it's more on the order of being able to, subtract or add a couple dozen few permits rather than going with the same number for 4 or 5 years and then suddenly having to change a quota by 300-400 permits to give everybody a chance to adapt and draw, but still change with the trends in our deer herd. And we don't look at these for each individual year. We look at trends throughout years. Particularly important for deer stuff is the 3 to 5 year trends in the deer herd. This helps avoid knee-jerk reactions to 1 year where maybe the conditions when surveys are completed were not the best. And so while we should still have a reliable estimate, the confidence in that estimate might be lower than other times. But we want to be able to do that and look at those changes over time to make those adjustments. So I'm going to give kind of a quick overview of the statewide summary of our deer herd. There's a lot of nuance in this, especially when you start breaking this down to each individual unit, and there's just not time here to go into depth on each unit. But I will provide some examples in a couple of cases. But overall, statewide, in 2025, our statewide deer density estimates were a little lower than 2024, although the trend over time is still definitely upward. And in this case, some of this is driven by a lot of the western units that are down quite a bit, but also it may be that there's some adjustment in harvest and such in the east too. And in some cases, the deer herd declining in size isn't necessarily a bad thing. Now in western Kansas, it's not good because we are very low there, but in eastern Kansas, many areas have high crop damage, high deer vehicle accident rates. And so a little bit of decline is actually a good thing in those places to help reduce that because we still have a perfectly healthy deer herd without it. Mule deer continue to trend downward in the west zone, which is that red line closer to the top of this graph. It's been quite a while. I mean, mule deer just continue to trickle down. We have some years where they're a little up, a little down, but conditions aren't great out in western Kansas for that. We've had a lot of issues with drought in previous years. We've got CWD in most of the areas we have mule deer. In fact, our best area for mule deer has our highest rates of CWD too. In eastern Kansas, we've seen that range retraction that they're seeing for mule deer across their entire range in the United States in Canada. And so in the East Mule Deer Zone, which is that bottom line there, that's trickled down. We're still getting observations of mule deer during our surveys, but it's not enough to get a reliable population estimate these last few years. So you'll see that in mule deer permits throughout this. One other thing I would point out for Western Kansas, mule deer particularly, is that Kansas is a cover limited state. Generally, there's enough food for deer throughout the state. Not that there's not isolated pockets where food may be an issue, but generally what we need is cover. And research has found that in Western Kansas, we need those grasslands. You can track the Kansas deer herd pretty well following the growth of the herd in the 80s, 90s, up into even the 2000s, tracking along with the number of acres of CRP enrolled in Kansas. And so now changes in CRP acres and agriculture, in particular in Western Kansas, has reduced habitat availability out there, along with woody encroachment, particularly our fawning habitat that we need, which is grass between knee and waist high. So that's can be pretty difficult to find in Western Kansas due to the drought. We're hopeful that the last couple of years with a little better conditions, we'll see some improvement, but time will tell. Bucks per 100 does. We've been seeing a general trend upwards in that, although I will point out that the scale of that graph, that's a difference of about 4 to 5% over 5 years. So not much of a change. Kind of I had to adjust the scale just to even get much more than a flat line there to look at it. Fawns per 100 does are also increasing. So that's in some cases a good sign. Other cases, it may be that deer populations have kind of hit those points where they're either not limited by resources in some cases where they can expand, or we've reduced it a little bit to where there are some better resources, but it's still a case of growth there. But generally not too bad sign, but also again, that's not that big of a percentage change, about 5% over those 5 years. The proportion of bucks that are yearlings, this one holds really tight in there. It doesn't change much when you look at it from a statewide basis, although it changes a bit more when you look at each unit. This is basically gives us an idea of, how many bucks are going to be in the pipeline coming up. And then do we have enough adult bucks out there for our hunters to be targeting? But Kansas is a state with two extremes. When you look at the West, Kansas, particularly these two units, this is unit 1 and 17. So the very Northwest, and then Southwest, kind of the upper part of the Southwest part of the state. Deer numbers are really down out there. And I can't read the numbers on this. I thought they'd be bigger. But a lot of our Western units are down there in that below 2 deer per square mile. Some are starting to push down into the 1, which basically means that some of the best habitat has probably got fair numbers, but a lot of the other areas are vacant. So in many cases, a really good spot can sometimes cover up other issues out there. But certainly our deer numbers out in Western Kansas is very concerning. And, the commission approved the change last year to remove doe permits from those units and not have them be valid anymore in those far Western 4 units. So hopefully we'll start seeing some of this alleviate, and also a couple of years with a little better rainfall out there may hopefully increase the habitat. But again, we've got to string several years together to really see improvements on it. But when you go to Eastern Kansas, it's a lot different, a lot higher numbers here. We've got some units that are a little bit up or fairly stable across those 5 years. And then we've got other units like 14 that have continued to just grow with a little bit of variation up and down each year, but the general trend is upwards. And now kind of a word about the applications and why it's can be difficult. We've gotten complaints about how many people are drawing and the issues with that. And while we've had a little bit of change in our permits over time, we've been pretty good about being able to adjust them around the state and maintain those levels. But when you start looking at the number of applications and how those have grown over time, it's going to make it harder to get a permit when you draw. But we do still have in every unit the opportunity for someone with no preference points to get a permit. That's been decreasing in recent years, but compared to other states, we're still a fairly easy state to get a permit in. And that, especially accounts for that of our deer hunters, we've got about 105,000 average for the last few years. And about 25% of those are non-residents. We're the highest of the Midwestern states for this. But then if you go to far Western states, many of those states are cutting a lot of opportunity for non-residents within their states or making it a lot more difficult. And so in some cases, you may go years or decades without being able to draw a certain permit out there versus Kansas, you can typically get one at least every other year here. And just some example DMUs, you'd expect that the popularity of a DMU would change based on the number of permits issued in that. And so, in many cases in Unit 1 where we have made drastic cuts because the numbers are so low of the last few years, we were starting to see that, popularity start to kind of come down with that. And yet it still jumped right back up there well above the number of permits. In other units that maybe we had more permits available than we had interest as far as our first choice applicants, which is that blue dotted line on that, the permits are the black line. Now recently the number of people applying for Unit 15 has just continued to skyrocket. So making it difficult to get in. And so with that, I'm going to jump to the permits, and I know this is probably difficult to read. I'm going to dive into these a little more in depth, but what I really want you to take from this is that the total for this season is 21,703 non-resident deer permits, which is a decline of 21 pretty much out from those western units, although we did try to adjust many of those permits to the east. And then mule deer stamps are down to 79, mostly in those, or all in those 4 western units. And so that's a decrease of 21 too, trying to help protect our mule deer herd and limit harvest there. But I'll break this down a little more into the east and west units, so it's a little easier to see changes. The western units this year will have about 6,461 permits, although if a group applies and draws the last permit, then the quota does expand by the number of people in the group. So I'll take Unit 1 as an example. There's 389 permits in there, but if a group of 2 people apply as a group and they draw that number 389 permit, it'll be 390 there. But the change is down in that unit 62. It's down across the board except for Unit 17, which is no change. And then Unit 5 actually bumped up by a few permits this year. And then all the units that have mule deer stamps have declined. Some of these at the current rates that the mule deer herd continues its current track, I would expect that mule deer stamps in a few years are probably not going to be available to non-residents, just because we're trying to protect our deer herd for those. And then, so in the west, that's 254 permits change negative, so change of those. But if we go to our eastern DMUs, we're actually have been able to bump a bunch of those permits up. So 15,242 total, and Unit 13 has no change, and then Unit 8 is declining by 29 permits, but all the other units have increased this year. And then of course there's no mule deer permits in the eastern part of the state. The other limited availability permits have a quota is our resident either species, either sex tag. Many people refer to this as the any deer firearms tag. And so that is broken up into 2 zones. It's really hard to see it on the screen, but the east zone is light gray, and it's those 5 units right next to the 4 of the western. And so the east zone is where we've not been able to get that estimate of our population, although, like I said, we do still see mule deer on our surveys in that. It's just not enough to reliably estimate a population across that area. The quota for this year would be 39, which is a reduction of 18 permits. Still gives some folks a chance to hunt, but limits that quite a bit. And then at West Zone, we've got 854 permits, which is a decline of 105 permits. So bringing our total resident either species, either sex permits to 893, which is a decline of 123 from last year. But until we start seeing some good improvements in the mule deer, we're going to have to continue to try to protect them how we can. So, but still provide some opportunity for folks out there. And that's the end of what I've got for presentation. So I will stand for questions.
Questions or comments from the commission for Levi? Questions from the public? Very good job, Levi. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Once again, we're looking for a motion on a voice vote. Is that correct, Curtis?
No, but there's no action needed on that one.
No action on this? Okay. You're gonna
I think
take
we can
off?
return to general.
It's a good break time.
Well, I don't know about.
Stayed for nothing.
We're gonna lose one of our commissioners. I'm afraid to call a break. We might lose more. But we'll give you 5 minutes, which means 7. We're gonna come back, wrap this up. So people need to take a short break. It's like a record meeting. Had a couple overtime games this year too, but, okay, we're going backwards on the agenda now. We're going to general discussion. We've got, waterfowl season dates, bag and possession limits, Tom, Bedrowski. So, take it away.
Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, visiting and viewing public. I'm Tom Bedrowski, the department's Game Bird Program Manager serving out of Great Bend, Kansas. Today, we'll be discussing the formation of the 2026-27 Kansas waterfowl seasons. In the briefing item, you'll find the basis which KDWP developed its recommendations for Kansas's waterfowl seasons, including the federal frameworks, KDWP season setting decision-making, the department's season recommendations, and other pertinent material. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service develops the frameworks that establish the maximum bag, possession limits, and season lengths, and the earliest and latest closing dates. Again, the briefing item contains how the federal frameworks are developed and the framework restrictions. States must operate within these frameworks when establishing state-specific migratory game bird seasons. States can be more restrictive than the federal frameworks. The setting of waterfowl seasons is a biopolitical process, balancing not only biotic factors, but also the social implications. Season dates are a preference for where, when, how, and what one hunts. The department's overall season setting objectives is to align season dates that allow the greatest opportunity for participation, harvest for Kansas's diverse waterfowling communities. When developing waterfowl seasons, KWP evaluates a variety of considerations, including spatial and temporal distribution of waterfowl abundance, timing of potential high hunter participations, peaks of harvest opportunity, landscape, and climatic features, as well as incorporating input from hunters themselves. With stabilized federal framework since the incorporation of adaptive harvest management in 1997, KDWP is also striving to establish greater consistency in its season setting date selections. KDWP incorporates decision tools to assist this season setting process by identifying important season date parameters for each of Kansas waterfowl seasons. The displayed matrix lists the priorities for each seasons in zones in order of priority. This process is developed season selection stability, reduce bias, and transparency in the season date selections. The next series of slides will be presenting KDWP recommendations for each of Kansas' 5 waterfowl seasons. And we'll start with our earliest season, September teal. This season is provide hunting opportunity for species that typically migrate prior to the opening of general duck seasons. On average, Kansas harvests about 25,000 teal, but that it does range from as high as 41,000 to as low as 13,000. Due to the 2025 breeding index for blue-winged teal being below the 4.7 million threshold, the federal frameworks only allows for a 9-day season. As you can see in Table 1 of the briefing item, the historical season dates and harvest. KDWP recommends in adopting a 9-day season with a 6 teal bag daily bag limit, with the season dates for the low plains running from September 12th to September 20th, and for the high plains, September 19th to September 27th. As mentioned earlier, federal frameworks for ducks have been consistent, remaining in the liberal package since 1997. There is no change to the federal framework from last year. KDWP recommends adopting the maximum federal frameworks for daily bag limit, possession limit, shooting hours. This would include a daily bag limit of 3 northern pintails, which would be an increase for Kansas's current season. This federal framework is a requirement that mergansers be incorporated in the duck bag limit and not a separate. For the High Plains unit, we recommend adopting a 96-day season with season dates of October 10th to January 3rd and January 22nd to January 31st. Establishing in 1972, the High Plains unit is allotted 23 additional hunting days due to differential harvest of western central flyway stocks of mallards. For the year zone, again, recommend a 74-day season with season dates of October 10th to December 6th and December 19th to January 3rd. For the late zone, 74-day season with season dates of October 31st to January 3rd and January 23rd to January 31st. And for the southeast zone, again, a 74-day season with no starting date of November 7th, running to January 3rd, and again, from January 16th to January 31st. We recommend an 88-day season for white-fronted geese and a 105-day season for all other goose species. We recommend adopting the federal maximum daily bag limit for geese with the exception of dark geese, which would remain at 6 Canada geese per day. On the screen in the briefing book item are the recommended season dates. Special youth waterfowl hunting seasons were initiated in 1996. Veterans and active military special use days were first offered in 2019. We recommend to hold 2 consecutive days for youth, veterans, and active military, and those days to be held simultaneously. We recommend holding those 2 days in advance of the low plains duck zones by 1 week and in the high plains, or by 2 weeks and in 1 week for the high plains unit. This recommendation would be similar to the 2025 season. Consistent with past seasons, we recommend a 15-day falconry season for Kansas Low Plains Zone. Due to the Migratory Treaty Act restrictions, 107-day restrictions there is no additional hawking days available for the High Plains unit. Listed are the department's recommendations for the 2026-27 waterfowl seasons in table form. As previously mentioned, we incorporate structured decision-making tools into assist in season date selections. In review of migration patterns, harvest, hunter activity, habitat conditions, weathers, patterns, holidays, hunter survey, and hunter communications, among other variables, KWP believes this structure provides the best overall opportunity for participation and harvest for Kansas' varied waterfowl communities. Action on the final season selections will be required at the Commission's April 9th meeting in order to meet the May 1st U.S. Fish and Wildlife deadline in order to be published in the Federal Register. As there was discussion at last April's commission meeting regarding the pintail daily bag limit, I have a few slides to provide some additional information. The department's recommendation last year, and again this year, is to increase the daily bag limit from 1 to 3. In 2025, a national interim harvest strategy was implemented for pintails, replacing the 2010 harvest strategy, using new and advanced models that now link hunting regulations to how harvest impacts pintail populations. This strategy is a result of a 5-year collaborative effort among the U.S. Geological Survey, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Canadian Wildlife Service, and the 4 flyway councils. The main goal of the strategy is to ensure long-term health sustainability of pintail populations, balance conservation and hunting opportunities over the long term, allow hunting when pintail populations are above 1.2 million birds, allow a 3-day break bag limit under certain conditions, and provide a consistent bag limit in the Atlantic Flyway. System change on the breeding, migration, and wintering grounds have caused steep declines from the peak of pintail populations in the 1950s. As you can see with the graphs, major declines in the 1960s and another sharp decline in the 1980s, both associated with drought on the breeding grounds. Pintails are one of the earliest nesting waterfowl with preferred nesting habitat in short grass. And like many North American ducks, the prairie pothole region of North America being the most productive. Due to a variety of drivers, the prairie pothole region has lost its capacity to produce high pintail populations. Changes in agricultural practices such as tillage management, crop varieties, in combination with federal agricultural programs like Soil Bank and Conservation Reserve Program, as well as drainage of vital semi-permanent wetlands, has greatly changed the nesting landscape and the population potential for pintails. This has resulted in a population threshold and its capacity to maybe not to be able to reach the 1950s levels again. Realization of the lower continental capacity and ability to better understand harvest dynamics has led to a need to rethink pintail management. The new derived harvest strategy is a state-dependent model that it specifically specifies pintail harvest regulations as a function of breeding population size and latitude. The strategy calls for a closed population when the observed breeding population size falls below 1.2 million, as noted by the dark blue area of the graph. In the figure, the vertical axis represents population size and the horizontal axis is the settling of the mean latitude of the breeding population. Within the matrix, the outer white contours represent 90% percentile and the inner circle represents the 50 percentile of what season packages would be based off of breeding population and latitude. Simulated expected model performance result in an average breeding population size of 2.01 million birds with a mean annual harvest of 467,000 birds. Listed are the expected frequency based on those simulations. While it may be counterintuitive to increase bag limits of pintail population that is below their historic level, strong evidence suggests that at this prescribed harvest levels, harvest would have minimal impact due to the compensatory nature of pintail populations. In short, the new strategy is both biologically and socially responsible. Well-established long-term monitoring of both population health and harvest will ensure sustainability. While expanding hunting opportunity, it reduces regulation complexities that can make compliance difficult with a one-bird bag limit, particularly in early season when birds are not in full plume. Adopting a 3-bird bag limit would put Kansas in line with other states. Only Minnesota and Louisiana have restrictions on daily pintail bag limit, with Minnesota allowing 2 birds per day and Louisiana allowing 3 birds per day, however, only 1 may be a hen. Canada has been at an 8 pintail daily bag limit since 2020. On average, Kansas harvests around 6,000 pintails per year, comprising about 3% of Kansas's duck harvest, making them about the most 8th harvested duck species in the state. Varying by year to year, but Kansas harvest comprises 1 to 3% of the U.S. total harvest, with California being the largest, and in the Central Flyway, North Dakota, and Texas. While harvest may be lower than other species, the pintail is still considered a prized bird, particularly in late season when we see a second bump in harvest for them. With that, I'd be glad to stand for any questions.
Tom, real quickly, since it came up, mergansers hasn't been a species that's come up in quite a while.
Sure. So in 2022 was the first time. So the Central Flyway has made them part of the federal frameworks where it's an inclusion in there. So that is not an option for the commission to be able to change that. That would have to go through the federal process to remove them. Again, that was due to simplify regulation complexity. The previous thing, they were a separate bag limit where they were allowed 5, of which could be 2 hooded merganser. So with that incorporation, we thought it would take some of the pressure off some of the other hunter species. It also increased the hooded merganser bag limit from 2 to 6, and also moved the common merganser bag limit to 5 or 6. We harvest. The harvest is so low that we really don't get accurate harvest in there, but it's probably less than 1,000 for common mergansers and probably a little over 1,200 or 1,500 for hooded mergansers. Hooded mergansers are taken incidentally while duck hunting. Common mergansers are more targeted hunting, except for those that are hunting reservoirs and probably targeting some diving species like goldeneye or scaup.
Yeah, I appreciate that information. I figured that it had to do with being included in the federal frameworks, but since that came up earlier by Cheech, I wanted you to provide that explanation, so thank you.
So this would be our 4th season with it, and during those 4 years, I've had 4 comments regarding that. They mostly have taken incidentally. There's a few people that do target them. They are not considered great tame fur, but even though I know there's some hardcore diver hunters that like them and like making bird burgers out of them.
Yeah, I just have a quick question, and I'm not sure about this, and maybe you know, I thought the way the federal reg was with regard to mergansers, it's how many you could shoot, but each state was allowed to determine whether that was part of the state bag limit. And I was thinking some states do allow you could shoot your limit of mergansers and still have your state bag.
I believe I saw that on Arkansas's regulations.
Sure. So
shoot them as a separate bag.
So I don't think what Cheech was talking about would violate federal, just.
So within the Central Flyway, it is part of the general duck bag limit. The Mississippi Flyway and Pacific Flyway, the states have the options. With the Atlantic Flyway, I'm not positive, but they have a multi-stock one that includes merganser as part of that. So I'm not sure if it's still separate for the common merganser. But in the Central Flyway, all the 10 Central Flyway states have that.
That it has to be part of the state bag limit. Interesting. So that's his point would be better taken up with the feds.
With Fish and Wildlife Service, yes.
Other questions or comments?
Have our fisheries done any research on our mergansers taking out that many fry? I mean, is there any way to determine that?
I'll ask Brian Sowers, our fisheries director, to come up. He made mention of that during the break, but I don't know of anything that's research or
So
thing that's been correlated to that. Tom, maybe you do too.
yeah, so there is been a double crested cormorant environmental impact statement that allows some take of that, mostly to address some sport fishing, particularly in the Great Lakes and then some in the Dakotas. Mergansers populations are not near what cormorants are. And some of our reservoirs can have tens of thousands, up to 50,000 mergansers on them during certain situations, and they are mostly fish-eating birds, but I don't think they would have large-scale impacts on reservoir fisheries. I don't know if Brian has anything additional from that. Like some of our hatcheries and aquaculture facilities can get depredation permits that when they do target them, they can remove them.
Yeah, Brian Sowards, thank you. Chair, members of the commission, I don't have a great answer for that. We have not studied that in the state. I'm not aware of any other states that have looked at that, but we can look at some literature, but other than that, I don't have a great answer.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. What's that? Not legally. Do so. Tom, I recall in your comment about being counterintuitive on the increase in pintails, and as I recall, well, we didn't approve that last April, but see, it's coming back, that hunting had a lesser impact, or the bag limit had lesser impact on the population, but what really impacted it was habitat. Is that
correct?
Accurate?
Yes.
Okay.
And it is something that does put hunters in jeopardies with the 1 per bag limit, particularly in the early season.
Right, understand. Okay. Appreciate those comments. Do we have other questions for Tom on this subject from the commission or from the public?
We do have one online, sir.
Okay, Jason?
Mitch, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Hello all again. Thank you. Yeah, I knew the pintail thing was going to come back up again this year. I really take an issue with, and I know we're not making, I don't think we're making final decisions or anything today. I just want to share my opinion. I really take an issue with the whole puts a hunter in jeopardy from not identifying a bird. That's basic hunter ed. I mean, there is, I don't think that's grounds to increase the limit of species you can take from 1 to 3. I know last year it was brought up, there were multiple points about, especially with the goose limit going from 6 to 7. We're basically just identifying as a state that likes to kill more birds. I know it's a federal recommendation. I just don't, I've never understood the federal recommendation since it came out, why there wasn't at least a sex restriction between the amount of hens and drakes that can be taken in that. I challenge the state of Kansas that if we're going to go to 1 to 3, I think that we impose the sex restriction on that. I mean, we don't have to match the feds. We can be more restrictive, as was said in that presentation. And I think that if we want to allow additional harvest opportunity and to give hunters in Kansas the ability to harvest 3 pintail, I think that there should be a 1 hen restriction on that. That's just my opinion. I just felt like I wanted to share that. Appreciate the time.
Thank you, Mitchell. Further comments? All right.
Back to not really a Tom question, but we're able to choose our liberal, moderate, or restrictive alternative based on, I mean, we could choose a lower alternative if we were.
Correct. So the way adaptive harvest management works, it provides 4 packages. Basically, there are 4 competing packages that get put in every year. There's a liberal, which we've been in since the inception of it, and which has a 74-day for Central Flyway, 74-day season, the 5-bird bag limit, a moderate, which would drop us down to 60 days, a restrictive to 39 days, and a closed. So that all depends based on a similar matrix.
Technically, the commission chose to choose the restrictive alternative for non-residents. We would have the option to do that and they would have a 3-bird bag limit.
Yes, so we would be able to have a similar one like that for a number of days. It's whatever mechanism we use to enforce which days those are, or we also could have a lower bag limit for
Something else has
non-resident.
been thrown out
It's
to
just-
me.
Yeah, it's
A
just the
different
mechanism for
version
it.
of it, but just using that.
And whether that's wildlife area specific or statewide
Yeah.
is at the discretion of the commission.
Okay.
And Tom, you have better state by state data on that. What other states, do any other states do that? Alter their bag limits by resident, non-resident?
I cannot think of any state that does it by residency.
So we would be the first state to do so.
To do so. There are some areas that have like shot shell limits and you could have a bag limit restriction on an area. Whether you define it by residency is, again, it's the mechanism used to enforce it.
Interesting. Very good. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Levi, going to talk to us about 2026 deer seasons on military units.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commission, members of the public. Levi Jasker, I'm the big game coordinator again out of the Employee Research and Survey Office. Yeah, this is KR 115-25-9A, which is the military subunit deer seasons bag limits. And basically this outlines the differences between seasons and bag limits on our military subunits versus what's available in our actual units statewide, under statewide regulations. So we have three military subunits: Fort Riley, Fort Leavenworth, and Smoky Hill Air National Guard Range. And we have this regulation to help provide better hunting opportunities around the Department of Defense activities. If they're doing trainings and stuff, we can alter the days to hopefully avoid some of that, and so that there's not as much for closures and such on those. And then also, this allows some adjustment because some of those military subunits, their deer management goals may differ from statewide goals based on their missions there. And then also historically, this regulation had been used to make state changes the statewide seasons after our statewide season regulation 115-25-9 was approved. And it could still be used that way, although a few years back we made that regulation, the statewide seasons, into durable language. So we weren't having to adjust it just due to the calendar change every year. And so just to get into it right away, Fort Riley, which is subunit 8A, the exceptions they would like from statewide season is to have an antlerless whitetail only firearm season, November 27th, 28th, and 29. And then their regular firearms dates are December 19 through the 23rd, and then the 26th through the 29th of December. And with these, when they have exceptions, they cannot exceed the total number of dates available in the statewide season. So even though they change the dates of like a firearms deer season, they cannot have more than 12 days, which is what we're allowed under the statewide firearms season. Fort Leavenworth, the subunit 10A, their firearms season preferred dates are November 14th, 15th, 21st through 22nd, 26th through the 29th, and December 5, 6, and 12 and 13. And then they want to participate in the long January whitetail antlers only season, which is the 1st through the 17th of 2027 January. And then also the extended archery, which is the rest of the days of January in 2027 for antlerless whitetail. And then Smoky Hill Air National Guard Range, which is subunit 4A, they want to just follow the statewide seasons for unit 4, which is what they're in. And so we are currently working with Department of Defense staff to incorporate their preferred dates in this regulation. We are trying to make this a durable regulation if possible. Here, it was asked of us in a JCAR meeting a little while back that why we haven't done that yet. And some of it's was trying to find a way that we can adopt durable language, but still allow that flexibility for their changes. And so we're working on having those discussions with them and try to get this, but we'll have our proposed language here at the next meeting in April for this. And so with that, I would take questions.
Very good. Questions for Levi from the commission? from members of the audience? Thank you, Levi.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I'll just add that proposed language will then be in the workshop session and then voted into promulgation in time to get it in place for next deer season.
Great. Thank you. Stuart, you're back up. Trail cameras on public lands.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner. I have been up here quite a bit today, haven't I?
Yeah, that's okay.
All right, trail cameras on public lands. I discussed this at the November meeting. And we'd like to revisit this. We're now into the third season of the trail cam prohibition. And as I mentioned at the last meeting, based on public comment and review by department staff, we wanted to bring this back up for discussion and in order to potentially provide additional opportunities for trail camera use on public lands. And what I mentioned before at the November meeting was what we're recommending is going back and revoking KAR 115-825, which is the trail cam prohibition regulation. And would like to incorporate some potential restricted use of trail cameras under the blinds, stands, and decoys regulation. I just go over the highlights of that now, and it's up there on the screen. Blinds and tree stands may be used on public lands with the following restrictions. No individual may place more than 2 blinds or stands on any single department-owned or managed property. And the 2 blinds and stands per person per property was enacted based on some of the same issues that we've brought up with trail cameras is that equipment type, being used to monopolize certain tracks or wildlife areas. We were encountering people that would put up multiple blinds or stands and pretty much monopolizing properties. So that's why the 2 per person was imposed for the blinds, stands, and decoys regulation. Each stand or blind must be clearly marked with either the user's name, address, or KDWP ID number in a visible, legible, and waterproof manner. Blinds and stands may be placed not more than 14 days before the hunting season for which the blind or stand may be used and must be removed from department property within 14 days after the hunting season for which it was placed has ended. So with the trail camera recommendation, including it in the blind, stands, and decoys regulation, any trail camera, both cellular and non-cellular, may be placed on department managed lands and waters from June 1st through August 31st. And that time frame was identified by some constituents that felt that would be a good compromise, being able to place cameras out on public lands prior to season to kind of get an idea of what's out there. No individual shall place more than 2 trail cameras on any single department owned or managed property, again, to go back in line with the blinds and tree stands. And each trail camera should be marked with either the user's name and address or the user's department issued ID number in a visible, legible, and waterproof manner. And it was brought up at the November commission meeting and also discussed internally. Each trail camera shall be identified with a reflective material. And no trail camera should be placed on department-owned or managed property prior to, that's a duplication. I apologize for that. Again, the dates would be June 1st through August 31st. No trail camera shall be placed on WEHA or iWEHA property at any time. Again, the private property concerns on WEHA and iWEHA were discussed and continue to be a concern, so they would not be allowed on WEHA or iWEHA. And this regulation may not apply to any trail camera that is owned by the department or a designated agent and is used for department operations or research on department lands and waters. And with that, I would stand for any questions. I will say too that we have received a bunch of comments via email, on both sides of this topic, those that like the current prohibition and those that would like to see some changes to the regulation that would allow some use. So please keep those coming in and we'll continue to monitor those and collect those, but we do appreciate the public input. So, Mr. Chairman, I turn it back over to you.
Have questions from the commission at this point?
I get a lot of calls on this issue. And I personally think there ought to not be a date prohibition. I think we ought to just allow I think the framework that you have of two, but I think they ought to be able to do it during the season.
Appreciate the input.
And that's the majority of the, I mean, and again, you never know if that's a fair sampling, but the
Right.
majority of the people that call me are very adamant that, you know, it makes no sense that you can put a deer stand, two deer stands in, you know, and they can go move those stands and move them and in and move them. And so the, you know, kind of the negative of, well, it increases traffic. Well, people can go in anytime, move a stand, put a stand, take it down, move it to another spot. You know what I'm saying? Whereas you know, most of the trail cameras now, you can get them on your phone actually. And, but I just don't think there ought to be a prohibition, date prohibition. That's my personal opinion.
I do agree with that, but we did hear from some of the biggest proponents of getting this back, and they were happy with the compromise just to have some time to scout. If that's all we can get done, then, but I would agree, time restrictions to me or.
I mean, if my wife told me I only got to eat one meal a day, I'd take it.
Exactly.
But it don't mean I don't want them, you know.
The question I have, reflective material, what are you thinking there? We put a piece of shiny tape on your strap or
Yeah.
make it easier for the trail camera hunters to go just shine a flashlight out and go grab them at night?
Right, and I appreciate both your comments, and that's why we're here discussing this in this general discussion, so we can bring these topics up and try to get to a place that everybody agrees on. And so far, you know, the conversations that we've had internally, staff-wise, you know, to your point, what is that reflective material and where should it be placed? Should it be on the camera? Should it be within a close proximity? You know, it was brought up before, does that draw extra attention to the cameras? So, yeah, those are the kind of things that we need to discuss and vet as we move this forward. Obviously, fluorescent orange, blaze orange, hunter orange, whatever you want to call it, was one of the recommended reflective materials. It's commonly used. We discussed it internally. We have discussed it. We'll continue to. So, yeah, those kind of that kind of input is what we're looking for as we continue this discussion.
Yeah, I just see something reflective. You're not probably seeing it in the daylight anyway, where people are worried about privacy, but
Right.
when the concern was, oh, I have a $400 camera out here and I'm trusting other people not to disturb
Right.
it, and now you're drawing attention to it.
What's the
Exactly.
thought of that? What's the thought behind?
Well, for an enforcement standpoint, if we get to a point where we allow to per property, whatever, they're not as visible. You know, it's easier for our officers to go in on these public lands right now and see a tree stand and you can check the identification or a ground blind. A trail cam not so readily visible.
Just make the fine huge if they violate.
I think also we saw in maybe the November meeting when you weren't there, Commissioner Mark, personal privacy issues.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm not sure I quite see that, but nonetheless, that was expressed by someone, at least
Correct.
one or two people that appeared.
I
Correct.
think the legal team could probably tell us whether we have an expectation to privacy on public property. I don't think you do. So like if somebody put a trail camera on the lamppost out there and you don't like it, tough. There is no expectation of privacy on public land.
Yep.
I appreciate the input.
Curtis, you have a comment at this point in time?
Yeah, I just wanted to raise something and doing research on other states. Commissioner Mark mentioned, you know, expanding it's in a world where there was no dates. I think some states do distinguish between live action game cameras and kind of, I don't know what you call them, dumb game cameras, the traditional ones.
Cellular versus SD card is what.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, obviously, I don't know if, I'm not suggesting that we're talking about moving those dates, but what are your thoughts on those two different types?
Well, I mean, obviously the less egress ingress if you have, you know, the cellular, because you get your pictures right on your phone. I understand some of the western states, the arguments against the trail cameras during hunting season is because they put them up on the one water hole in the whole canyon. And then there's 80 trail cameras on one water hole. So, but that's not really that's not anybody's issue here in Kansas. So if you were to do that, maybe you say, during hunting season, it has to be cellular and, so you don't get in there as much. But I don't even, I'm more of, if it's not really a safety issue and it's not really science-based wildlife management, why are we trying to regulate it? If it's not going to keep our hunters safe, and if it's not a, science-based wildlife management, what are we doing?
It'll all come out in the public hearings, I suspect.
Well, to that point, and that's why I said what I did, this is a hot topic for a lot of people. So I want to make sure that we do garnish, as much public input as we can on this subject.
Yep.
And I'll note to remind the commission at the last public meeting, we had solicited input from the public, and the commission was all provided with significant amounts of public input. And Stuart, you can correct me if I'm wrong. It seemed like it was about a 50-50 split on the issue, right down the middle.
Yeah, but on that topic, Kurt, if we just take the public comments on the box turtle, there'd never be a box turtle at a 4-H show, because the people that come and mention and speak, them poor box turtles are suffering anxiety because them 4-H kids got them at the dang fair. We don't ever have people come up and saying, "Hey, I love my box." You know what I'm saying? It's just, again, I think my whole philosophy of setting up here is that if it's not science-based wildlife management, or we're not protecting our hunters or our law enforcement officers, why are we regulating it? I just don't think people need the government's, boot on their neck on everything. It's just my thoughts.
Further comments? Stuart, thank you.
Thank you.
Forward to additional hearings on this. Curtis, looks like we're back to general public comment. Make sure I don't get too far off track. Do we have anyone in the audience who would like to address us one last time? Anyone online? Jason?
Tyson, I'm gonna ask you to unmute here.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. My name is Tyson Sear, and just wanted to speak on behalf of the Kansas Night Hunter Association in reference to the section in today's meeting about the recommendation for the fee increases. We did have a couple questions on that. After polling our membership, and it was overwhelmingly not in support of a fee increase, even though I've sat in and listened to and participated in pretty much every commission meeting about these discussions. And I think I've heard maybe 2 people publicly speak at the meeting that they were favoring willing to pay an increase. So I think we'll hear more from folks and listen to that. But one of the things they mentioned in that was fee increase to help cover cost for management activities. And I was just looking for some more clarification on what type of management activities would be associated with those fees to be used. For one thing, are we looking at including raccoons? Has been a popular topic amongst a lot of folks for making legal take for night hunting equipment. Is that something in this management activities that you're considering?
Does anybody have an answer?
Comments from staff, Stuart or Curtis?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Stuart Shrog, Deputy Secretary. I believe his question was, what's the money that the fees are generated to go to? Obviously, that'd go back into the Wildlife Fee Fund, where we could use it for enforcement efforts, equipment, and just general wildlife conservation in the state.
May I ask Tyson a question? I believe that I've spoken with you before, and I guess I would just ask you, and you know, I'm a proponent of the extended season, but would you rather go back to the limited night season and pay less? Or are you overjoyed with the fact that the commission's allowing this extended season and paying a little bit more for your permit? If you get to make the call and influence our vote, what would you prefer?
I don't think we're interested in going back to a reduced season. But if the only reason for the fee increase is basically buying more time is what we're saying that is, then in that case.
No,
without
I'm
any
just
other-
asking you, I don't think anybody's buying more time. I'm just, I'm just kind of interested that your organization, when we were going through this, was very supportive of the extension. And some of the compromises that were made on the commission was that, we should increase the fees. We heard from our law enforcement about the difficulty of enforcing this, and the more time in the field, the more whatever. And so to get a consensus among the commission, which your group was a big proponent of, and then we get it. And now, based on those compromises, so we can cover some new administrative fees, you guys come back in here and kind of back crawl a little bit. I don't
guess
think that
I
bodes
wouldn't
well
say,
for you
we're
guys.
supportive of the fees if that's what it's being used for. We're looking for clarification on where that was going in general funds. If it's dedicated to additional law enforcement hours, during the time when we can hope that they can catch people that are potentially violating, just for additional hours being worked between 10 and 2 a.m. Are we going to have, more activity going on at that time when they actually hunting to catch them? What I guess, so that's kind of where, so I think we would be supportive of helping and those fees, as long as they're going to those things that are going to relate back to the activities that we're partaking in. Another comment I wanted to make earlier today, a lady spoke about some night hunters that had told her they had shot some bobcats illegally and wanted her to take those hides, carcasses, and tag them because they weren't able to, but declined to. As far as our organization, we'd recommend, and anybody else, she should have taken their name and license number and then directly reported that to law enforcement. We want those people, apprehended or caught. That seems like a pretty rock solid case. If they've come to her and she's got them and they said they've taken them and she knows who they are, that should have been turned in. And anybody else that observes that needs to be reporting that in that manner, rather than just reporting and coming and talking about hearsay or things they think are happening. I know you guys hear a lot from folks that report things they hear or they think that's going on, but nothing's been, there's not much for evidence or people actually being convicted of those. So I know, we're out there often, the hours that I've put in, our other members and all the other night hunters that are out there all the time, all the times that we go out and have an opportunity to violate or do something wrong, but we choose not to because we know the rules, regulations, we're aware of what's right and wrong, and we choose the right thing. We don't immediately then turn around and go call somebody and tell them, hey, I had a chance I could have shot something I wasn't supposed to, but I didn't. You never get to hear those stories. And I don't know if we just need to tell more about the people that are doing it right, or if just the few stories of all the negative has that much more weight in what they think's going on, because that's all you guys hear. So I think I'd like to tell you, at least all the times and hours that I've spent and our folks are out in the field and are making the right decisions and doing the right things, surely far outweighs the few people that are, not following the rules that need to be caught and taken care of. One other point, as far as the increase, if the fee increase does come through, we would request that it also be a sunset clause to match the additional, the extension on the season. It sounds like that's kind of the direction that it was wanted and being used for that extra time to take care of that. But to see that fee increase go through, and then in 2 years, if that extension's not maintained through current regulation to continue, would that fee then remain, or would it revert back to what it was originally? So our, if we pass through that, we would request that it also be matching the extended season timeline in that manner.
I assume
Something
that
else.
I assume that subject will be taken up down the road.
Yeah. The last thing I wanted to mention was something that our association has been working on and we've been testing is a night hunter safety quiz. So it's something that we've put out to the public, and we've had numerous people go online and take this free course, and we've tried to outline numerous things that refer to rules and regulations about the Kansas night hunting season and the safety factors that go into it, and had a overwhelmingly good response from everybody that's participated in that. And we've been working with the Hunter Education Department with the agency and reached out to other folks within the department to kind of get some feedback on that to see it's something we'd like to see be utilized by the department, or a similar product that could be used similar to the sandhill crane hunting test. In review of our quiz results, it's obvious that there's many folks who are not familiar with the rules and regulations. A lot to their own fault. It is written, in the regs book, but upon our survey results, we have seen that there's many folks who still don't know what's legal take, what species are legal, and some of the other safety factors. So I feel like we are going to be following that up with some, night hunter safety educational workshops to help, promote more night hunter safety and proper, understanding of the rules and regs that are out there, just because it's obvious to us now that there are a lot of folks who don't know, and just wanted to let you know we're working on that and open to working with the department to help get that word out there at this time.
I
Thank
think
you. Thank
the
you,
safety
Tyson.
course, oh, I'm sorry.
Go right ahead.
I think the safety course is a great idea. I know we've brought it up before. Is that something we could implement easily into this in the future? I mean, if we create a program and add to our online, just like the Sandhill Crane test?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Stewart Trog, again, that is something that our Hunter Education Department staff has already been looking into, whether that be part of the added curriculum in the Hunter Education courses. When our enforcement officers come to present, an additional tier of what they present, having the night vision as part of that as well. So that is something that we have been looking at and discussing internally.
Yeah, I think that would be a great addition to this.
It's good direction.
And I think legal would have to talk about whether the sunset provision is in here, but my input on that was considering a little bit of the pushback we got from law enforcement when when we started talking about it, extending it, because they felt they were already pushed thin on just the regular season. I would be opposed to putting a sunset provision on there. I think it's a fair fee with the extra duties that were given to law enforcement, and if somebody doesn't want to participate, don't pay it.
Appreciate your comments. I have nothing more on that subject. Thank you, Tyson.
Thank you.
We're back on public comments still. Phil, you had some comments earlier. Did you want to make any comments today while you're here? Can you come to the microphone and identify yourself? Appreciate it for our tens of thousands of people in the World Wide Web who are tuned in right now.
Bill Taunton, I'm with KVOE Radio. I first addressed the commission back in 1995. I've been a Hunter's Ed instructor. I'm a Fish Kansas instructor. I'm trying to retire. I'm stepping a jump from 80. But when you have the love of the outdoors in your heart, you want other people to do that. And so one of the things that we're working on here at Council Grove is that I wanted to address is to try to get a friendship with Wildlife and Parks, if it's possible, to make a Friends of the Lake or Friends of the Santa Fe Trails in there. So that's one of the things I'm working on now. When we had the government shutdown this spring and they came here and closed the parks, the people just couldn't, well, they can't do that. I said, well, they can. And so this is really, and this area has really made a, recognition to work together for the common good. You know, and it doesn't matter who you are, how wealthy you are. We all need to join forces. And so I do appreciate y'all coming down here. Come in just in time, Tyson Sear. I worked with him when he was in a college at Emporia State. Jared McJunkin, who now leads the Kansas Wild Turkey Federation. These are all young ambassadors to the outdoors that we have. So really appreciate you coming down, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you,
Appreciate you.
Phil. We have other people for public comments. Very good. I think.
I do have a couple more online.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Jason. Thank you.
Mitchell, I'm gonna ask you to unmute.
Last time today, gentlemen, I promise. I'm talkative today. Sorry. Thank you again, guys, for the time today. I know it's been a loaded meeting, and I'll try and keep this brief. I just have a proposal to go along with a little bit of background information about an idea I've had, kind of been mulling over, chatting with some folks about game warden contact. So I'll go ahead and kind of get started with my write-up here. So I wanted to use the final open forum in this meeting to call to attention an issue that I've seen plague Kansas pretty hard, particularly in the southeast waterfowl zone, which is the inability to get in contact with a game warden while hunting or after hunting. Throughout the years I've hunted on Kansas public lands, particularly in the last 3, I have noticed a stark increase in illegal behaviors ranging from boats operating illegally, hunters poaching birds after light, shooting over limit, hunters shooting early before light, the use of alcohol, drugs, and illegal camping on our public lands. And honestly, worst of all, I've been peppered with shot after shooting light was over by guys poaching birds while walking out of a marsh with my fiance. All those instances, I've attempted to get a hold of a Kansas game warden to absolutely no luck. Only once I received a follow-up call where no action was taken despite a promise to monitor for the violation being reported. A particular area in which I have hunted this year 26 times to date, I've only ever been checked once in the 5 years I have hunted it. During this check, I expressed my concerns to the warden about a lack of enforcement and was given a business card to contact with contact info on it. I've reached out once since receiving that card and received no response to my report of a violation in that area that I had seen and reported, and it has gone unenforced ever since that day and beyond. In the instance I mentioned above, where my fiance and I were basically shot at on public after light, I received no response from Operation Game Thief that night other than to call the warden. The warden number that was listed online at the time went to voicemail, and therefore I escalated to 911. When I was told by the sheriff's deputies who responded in the parking lot of this marsh that they could not get in contact with a game warden due to it being 1, after business hours on a weekday, and 2, it was in too close proximity to a holiday. Quite frankly, it's pretty sad. Duck hunting is turning into a lawless activity where you almost have to wonder what legal or ethical challenge you're going to run into any given day you attempt to hunt public lands in our state. With the state's government's recent inaction by vetoing the non-resident waterfowl hunting restriction, something has to be done to make public lands, 1, more enjoyable, and most importantly, 2, more safe for law-abiding hunters trying to enjoy the outdoors. And in my opinion, starts with the enforcement of laws that we have in place today. My proposal to the board is the creation of a game warden hotline. To elaborate on that a little bit, I'm calling for a 24/7/365 monitored line with someone who is on call from each zone or region or however that needs to be split up, who will at a minimum respond to calls made to report violations observed while hunting or to answer general questions about laws and regulations. I am aware that the Operation Game Thief line exists. However, I have attempted to call them prior, and like the example above, I basically was told to call a game warden who that circle ends with them not answering the phone. I know some hunters that I went to college with who are now residing in New York for further education, and they have a hotline such as this, and they have said that it's absolutely leaps and bounds better than how Kansas handles our warden dispatch currently. Quite frankly, I really don't know how this isn't a thing. It just feels like we, the ethical and legally responsible hunters, are given the short end of the stick. when it comes to dealing with issues on public, and we have no one to back us up via the enforcement of the law. I mean, I see a quote on the department website for the law enforcement division, and it feels a little backwards. No one's keeping the outlaws guessing. The state is instead keeping the honest people guessing about when the laws we have in place will be enforced. To sum it all up, Kansas needs game warden presence on public lands, and hunters need to be able to reliably contact and get a hold of a warden. I highly encourage this board to explore any and all opportunities to create this service. Lawful hunters will thank you. And that's all I have. I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mitchell. I would make a comment.
Sure.
I don't believe this is a wildlife and parks shortcoming. I believe it's a legislative shortcoming. I believe the funding is significantly lacking to fund game warden positions in our state. I think if you had the secretary here, and I could ask Stuart to comment, but I wouldn't put him on the spot, that if they had their way, they would have a substantial number of more game wardens in the field and available to respond. So I think it's a personnel challenge from that. I appreciate your thought. I appreciate the idea. You put a back of the envelope pencil to the cost of a 24/7, 365-day-a-year multi-zone personnel. It would be in the millions of dollars to fund that. Just as an observation, I understand how the budget process works in a legislature, and you bring that back to a fee-funded agency with limitations on its ability to increase fees to pay for those kinds of things. Challenges continue, but your thoughts are always appreciated, Mitchell, and you commented several times today on matters very important to you, and I know they're important to me and members of the commission, so I do appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the time. I do just want to say, I do have a question then. So this would be something I have to lobby with representation, because like I call the challenge the whole establishing a 24/7 by 365 operation line. Like, we have game wardens. An on-call rotation would be able to be established. And I mean, if that needs to go through the legislative process, I'm happy to talk to my reps about it. Cause I mean, we really struggle in the Southeast zone to get a hold of a warden for anything. I mean, it's rough. It's really, really rough. And so, I mean, I'm looking for any guidance on how I can get this started, because I figured my take on it was the wardens already exist. They're already paid a salary. And at my job, we have an on-call rotation. Everybody, whether they like it or not, rotates through an on-call cycle where we have to get woken up in the middle of the night to respond to 24/7 IT problems. I feel like we have the resources for that. We have an on-call structure. We could have an on-call structure, could be made, could be done. I just need to know who to talk to, because I really want to lobby for this. This is the next listed item that I feel pretty passionately about in the outdoor space, especially in terms of safety. So is that a legislative thing I need to go to?
Probably.
Got it.
Sure, you have a comment?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'd like to get in touch with Mitchell. So Jason, is there a way we can get his contact information? If not, I just recommend that you contact me at the Pratt Operations Office. I'd like to follow up with you if I may.
Absolutely. I'll post my number here to Jason in the Zoom chat.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you again, Mitchell. You have someone else?
I've got Sean Miller. Sean, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Welcome, Sean.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Commission. I am aware of the hour, so I promise I'll be quick here. I wanted to address, obviously, trail cams today. I wanted to thank the department for following through. Appreciate their efforts back in November and then bringing forward a proposal today. Not sure I'm entirely on board with everything that they've got in there today, but I will get some written comments to the commission and to the staff. But I do appreciate their commitment to moving forward this process. I will reach out to Stuart and to the general counsel to find out what the plan is for April. And since you guys will be here in Topeka, and fingers crossed, we may be done with the session by then. I look forward to seeing everybody at the docking building in April. So thank you so much. I appreciate your continued focus on this effort. And I really appreciate everything that you guys have done. So hope you have a great day today. Thanks.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Sean.
Anyone else, Jason?
That is it.
Okay, anyone else from the audience? Last call. We're going to move into, I believe, setting the calendar. Is that correct, Curtis?
Yes.
We're going to look at a couple of meetings ahead anyway.
Yeah, and of course, as Sean just mentioned, the next meeting is already scheduled for April 9th in Topeka at the revamped docking building. It's in room 360. It's a beautiful facility, so we're looking forward to having that meeting there. The next scheduled meeting would fall in June. Looking at the calendar, probably since we're having an April meeting, and I guess I should note, traditionally the agency has had a March and April meeting, but in an effort to streamline our processes, we're moving that to early April and combining those two. So since we're having an early April meeting, maybe perhaps in June, we should aim for the middle of June to kind of keep our meetings spaced out pretty evenly. Would June 18th work for you? And I'm tentatively thinking of in Lindsberg.
Works for my calendar. The rest of the commissioners, you okay with that?
With the,
So far, so good.
Okay. And then following that, we can go ahead and look in August. Since this year we're not running 25-9, the deer reg, that's what would necessitate having an early August meeting. We can have a later August meeting this year. Again, that could be August 20th or 27th, and I don't have an idea for location, although I know Dr. Lister's indicated a number of times she wouldn't mind having a meeting in Southeast Kansas.
Is there a preference from anyone on the 20th or
we've had a
27th?
few in Southeast Kansas.
What was that?
I said, we've
Labor
already
Day
had
is not-
quite a few in Southeast Kansas.
Labor Day is not till September 7th, so it's a couple weeks away even from the latter day.
I'm good either way.
What dates were you looking at again?
Either the 20th or the 27th or Thursdays in August. It's,
Anybody care?
Good with either of those.
Preference, 27th?
sure, 27th sounds great. I think Delia mentioned, or Dr. Lister mentioned possibly later in August would be better with school starting back up.
Yes, that's what I recall.
And I don't have a particular location. If any of you have a preference, we can look somewhere.
Well, if we end up, we can talk about it. If we end up back in Pittsburgh, I know we haven't been up in your area in a while.
We can do Pittsburgh,
Emmer, but
maybe hit mine
back to
next.
Kansas City or, back close to
I'm
Keith
good.
and Emmerich, but
We could do it at Emmerich's house.
Well, we could. I'm good. Wherever you want to do it, Chairman.
Well, I'll look around in Southeast Kansas. We might have something at one of our facilities too, maybe in the Mined Lands area, perhaps.
Big Brutus.
I was gonna mention that.
West Mineral.
Big Brutus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big Brutus, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that's all we have today, folks.
Motion to adjourn?
Got a lot of hard work out of everybody.
Second.
Appreciate it. Appreciate those who hung with us to the end. Appreciate staff.